Doctor, you really don't remember me. That's all right. Let us begin. Hello, welcome and welcome back. This is Jacob, and today we are gonna be continuing and finishing off the narration and character voice acting for the side story Lone Trail. And yes, this will be the final episode for the story section. Like I said before in previous parts, the case investigations are not done yet. This will take a couple more days to unlock all of them. So in today's episode, I will be including the ones that I do have that are new, that I haven't included yet. But there will be a bonus episode to this narration in the near future once everything is unlocked. With that, a lot of other fluff, and yeah, that will be for then. But for now, we shall begin with this one. But first off, to anybody new to Arknights and to this channel, first and foremost, welcome. And of course, if you want to start this narration from the beginning, playlist is in the description of this video. And at the beginning of part 1, I do talk about what is connected to this story as well. So if you want to refer to that one just for more details and see if you need to catch up on anything before that, it's right there at the beginning of that episode. And of course, thank you very much for all the likes, the comments, and everything else over the last week and a half, and prior to that as well, of course. But the last week and a half has been quite interesting. So once again, thank you for all of that. And now I hope you're ready for what's to come. But first, we do the usual recap. So for those of you who want to skip, you might also already be noticing a lot of timestamps in the pinned comment below, considering how much extra stuff will be handled in this episode, including one that is not aptly or properly named. I am keeping away from naming that one outside of it, naming it module short story. But you'll see what that one is when we get to the ending of the story. It's time to expand on some things, buddies. Anyway, let us begin with the quick recap, and then we go into the case investigation files and then story. All right, on the previous part, we began the scene pretty much with the launch of the hammer. The citizens of Three Mounts are bewildered, looking up at the sky as this gargantuan structure is slowly rising up above them and is slowly going into a hovering position above the shaft, where it will receive some energy later. In the meantime, pretty much everybody is scrambling, from the military trying to organize themselves to go and stop the hammer and make it descend back down to the earth, to other forces like Silence, who yoinks a military vehicle and books it for the shaft, while also Saria is on her way as well to the hammer as she runs into Ferdinand, and the two of them form, for the time being, an alliance and use the one capable plane of that high altitude that can reach the hammer. Meanwhile, the Doctor and Kalsid have a bit of a little conversation about what the Doctor saw just recently, and that is about the sarcophagus inside of the hammer. Now, the Doctor asks Kalsid about what is that thing doing there. Kalsid explaining that you need a tremendous amount of power to do what Kirsten is trying to do, but a sarcophagus is not enough, to which the Doctor tries to ask, but if a sarcophagus is not enough, gets immediately interrupted by Kalsid reconfirming the sentence of a sarcophagus is not enough. A single one is not enough power for what she needs. And oh boy, do we see something later for that. But first we see the two of them continue towards a cavern where they are heading to an unknown destination, at least an unknown destination to the Doctor. Now, inside of the cavern, Kalsid opens up a bit to the Doctor, for the first time properly talking and explaining stuff. Nothing seems to be like stopping her from talking. The Doctor asks, or is trying to ask, she's just responding and openly talking. But the two of them do get interrupted by the appearance of olheyak, who was awaiting them, or rather anybody who would wander into the cavern at that exact spot. She engages them, or rather she threatens the Doctor's life. Kal'tsit cannot really do for specific reasons anything there. She cannot use monster. But olheyak does get stopped in her tracks by the appearance of the Tin Man. The Tin Man is not dead, because you don't just kill a revenant, buddy. And he keeps her at bay, while the two of them proceed forward. In the meantime, Saria and Ferdinand have actually, through some turbulences, arrived at the hammer. And as Silence has reached the shaft, she's heading down into its depths, trying to find where the current hub of this other hub, rather, of the transmitter is being hidden, so that she can disable them, considering that the transmitters are being used to stabilize the orbit of the hammer. In the meantime, Kal'tsit and the Doctor arrive deeper in the cavern, and the Doctor sees a sea of sarcophaguses, all there for centuries, covered by sand, barely peeking out some of them, and the two of them get greeted by the one thing that is keeping them, or rather observing and looking over them for centuries. The Preserver makes itself known and engages immediately into conversation with the two of them. We learn quite a lot from that. Conversation there. One being that Kal'tsit is a adjutant, that she is what we already knew, the designation of AMA-10. We learned that the Doctor is of an ancient race, or rather had it properly confirmed that the Doctor is of the ancient race who built those sarcophaguses, and lots more. The best thing I can tell you is just go and watch that part again. There was so much. There was so much in that brief moment of conversation. But in the meantime, Silence is in a pickle of a situation, as she is engaged in combat with Jara inside of the shaft, as she's trying to go down, but Jara is trying to stop her, as she's trying to help Kirsten, of course. But the shaft starts suddenly glowing as the energy starts accumulating, ready to be fired towards the hammer. And as the two of them see that and notice that the security systems are down that would keep the heat and everything else from spreading around to go a bit berserk, Silence breaks off from Jara and heads deeper into the shaft. And then we ended our episode at the firing of the beam into the hammer. And now we shall continue. But, like I said, before we shall continue, we have one more thing to go through, or rather two quick files in the case investigation here to go through, and then we shall proceed. First off, from, just to show you, from the Galleria Stellaria section, this final one here, one document that I have from the Hall of Stasis, we'll be adding later. Like I said, one of the 3 documents today will be later in the episode, but this one, these two will be now. So then, the 2 that unlock here are part of a 3-parter. Sadly, once again, I do not have all 3 parts, but we shall add, like I said, everything into one single episode in the future. But for now, let's begin with part 1, titled Guides. Do you know what it means to invite an astrologer here? It means to mock them, to insinuate that their investigations into the starry sky are shallower than those of a scientist who dismisses the stars we worship as less than nothing. But, well, I am the honorary president of the Colombian Astrological Research Association, so I'll tell you 3 stories. The first. In the distant days of old, when humanity lacked the intellect we have now, we primitive barbarians lived as the tusk beasts do, eating berries, drinking water, constantly fighting for territory, and treating each other as prey. However, even then, we'd already had interest in the stars. There was a group of star-crazy fanatics among them, holding a nightly ceremony on the widest grassland plain they could find, to pray for these stars to descend. And one day a shooting star really did cross the sky. So their journey began. They ran after it until at last they realized they had ended up where they started. And so that was the earliest evidence in history the Terra is actually round. Alright, I'm just kidding. The story isn't entirely fiction though. The Archaeologists Association has indeed discovered murals in different countries, all from the same tribe. And they did indeed worship and follow the stars, chasing after any shooting star they spotted. In the end, they didn't catch a single one, but their footprints have miraculously survived in various corners of the continent, as did their traditions in other tribes. So by approaching it from that angle, could the stars have been a guiding symbol to these ancient people, to expand their horizons, to explore the unknown? This was a recorded conversation with the former senior agent olheyak, part 1. The second part is titled Ignorance, and this is the second story. As it says here, the second. Once upon a time, there was an astrologer who loved the stars so much he kept looking for a way to touch them. He ended up scaling the highest peak of this great land and jumped down from there, slowly drifting to sleep in the space between the starry sky and the land. Yes, the protagonist of the poem Starpod is based on him, and such a man does indeed exist in the annals of history. He was a stargazer who also wanted to unravel the sky's secrets, making many observations and conjectures about these stars that even now seems advanced to us. He did not directly conclude that the barrier layer exists. After all, technology back then was far from what it is now, but unlike his peers, he did not regard the unexpected change in the stars as a premonition. What do you think happened to him in the end? Scale the highest peak on Terra, like in the story? He did think to, but could not, because in the end the leader of his clan ordered him to be burned alive for disrespecting the gods. I know all of this because his apprentice managed to escape their settlement with his research materials, and those materials were scattered all across the land for centuries, and now lie in a museum funded by Mainlander. I may as well also mention that I was the one who gathered them. Sadly, the materials he spent most of his life researching never actually contributed to the discovery of the barrier, because his apprentice also died suddenly, ending his legacy right there. Even more lamentable is how that poet must have used those documents to craft his story. The literati do have a bad habit of romanticizing beyond the point of reason. Just imagine if that man knew his legacy of exploring the sky had turned into a symbol of giving up on said exploration, he'd probably rise from the dead out of sheer anger. As time changed and civilizations advanced, the meaning of the stars has changed from a symbol of exploring the unknown to a garland of ignorance. You must admit that this is one of the more interesting things about history, Another recorded conversation with the former senior agent olheyak. So, we have a third story, but this one, like I said, we will be adding in a bit later, after a certain point in the story. It will make more sense. But anyway, let us begin. Alright then, let's begin today's narration. On stage 9, of course, where we left off last time, titled Love and Hatred. Love and hatred, all a part of life on this land. Once upon the land, there was no meaning in looking up. There was nothing worth looking at up there, nothing worth exploring. That place was the domain of those who indulged in fantasies, those with their heads in the clouds. But now each and every person lifts their heads, looking up at the beam of light connecting heaven and earth. Looking up at the once untouchable sky. Among the stars within the artificial constructs that appear so small before the torrent of light, brews the human ambition of this current epoch. Kirsten. Kirsten. Sure enough, you set this plan into motion a long time ago. Everything you did for the DoD was a fancy show. Huh. What's the principle behind all this? The efficiency and stability of this high-energy confinement field. I've never heard of anything like that before.
If I can recall correctly, you boasted that you were the foremost expert in high-energy physics when you joined Rhine.
One of the foremost experts. My god. You should thank your lucky stars, Saria, that there's nobody like Kirsten in your field. It's just not fair. And yet she doesn't even bother to publish these results.
The hammer is currently charging.
According to the military's Horizon Arc project, once the charging phase is complete, all of this energy will be focused and undergo execution a second time to deliver powerful wide-area strikes.
Sure. How much longer will it take?
Kirsten turned the project dossier into scrap paper. All I can say is, it won't be long now.
This is our last chance to stop it. As well as our last chance to stop her. What are you still standing around slackjacked for, Ferdinand? Time isn't on our side.
Saria, take a look at the densitometer over there.
The needle seems to be fluctuating a lot.
No, I'm not talking about the needle. The wobbling is a normal phenomenon of high-energy confinement fields. I'm talking about the unit of measurement. You can take a guess how many times larger this unit is than the one in the instruments in my lab. The energy it absorbed just now is enough to power every single one of Columbia's nomadic cities for at least 6 months. And it's showing no signs of stopping. And we're now in the center of the laboratory carrying this tremendous amount of energy. Even if Nasty is a genius, she can't create a receptacle that stores energy in amounts beyond the realm of cognition.
In other words,
no matter what direction it ultimately focuses the energy in, once the second-degree execution begins, this lab won't be safe from the consequences.
her end goal has never changed.
If her ultimate goal is the sky can only be contested with this amount of energy. What exactly is up there?
That's none of my concern. All I know is this is a reckless experiment.
And it's doomed to fail. Saria, there's nothing stopping you from packing your bags, flying on a nice hillside with a great view and enjoying a drink while you watch this fireworks show that may well go down in the annals of Colombian history.
That isn't going to happen. What about you? You were never the risk-taking type.
Me? Looks like my old friends are coming, and they'll be here sooner than expected. You're right though, I'm not taking any chances. The technical manual has the location of the escape pod, and I know where it is. I'm not particularly interested in seeing the one who fired me, and it's not like you need my help. An opportunity to document high-energy physics phenomenon of this magnitude is rare, and I don't intend to pass it up. Maybe you'll see a new paper from me in the journals next quarter. I promise it'll be era-defining. Unlike Kirsten, I don't tie all my intellect to my personal grievances. The fact that she's consigning all this knowledge to the grave, knowledge that could transform Terra's entire academic landscape, that's something I can't abide. Do what you need to do, Saria. We don't have much time.
Stay safe.
Ferdinand. It's been a while, Colonel. I'm not surprised you survived, but if I were in your shoes, I'd pretend to be dead. Get the hell out of Dodge. Go to Victoria or Lethanian. With your skills, you can always pick up a teaching job. I didn't expect to hear those words coming from you. Let me say this one more time, Ferdinand. It's over. I've already spoken with the Vice President. The DoD's defeat is absolute. As for whether or not this whole situation can be salvaged, or who controls my fate, I actually don't care that much anymore. Let's save some dignity for each other, Ferdinand. Get out of here and I'll save a crossbow bolt for myself. Huh. What was that? Sorry, my mind wandered for a second there. Also, you're blocking the radio meter display. Meanwhile,
this shaft here runs a lot deeper than I expected. I'm afraid the military simply failed to fully understand its structure. Right here is where the transmitter's response is the strongest. You...
What are you doing here, Silence?
Professor Parvis.
Silence, the location of this lab is supposed to be top secret. How did you manage to find your way here? Silence tries hard to open her eyes wide, discerning the things in the room. In the corner of the room, an instrument is humming as if breathing. A transmitter sits in a transparent tank, bobbing up and down. Across the room are several books with black covers. As if sensing Silence's presence, the transmitter increases its activity. A strong wave of dizziness makes Silence furrow her brow and shake her head a few times. Ah, that's right. You have your own transmitter. These reactive tendencies. You injected yourself with a transmitter? No, I'm not surprised. Does it cause you occasional discomfort? An entirely normal response. I also have it inside my body. It can be quite overwhelming for an old man like myself, but it shouldn't be a problem for you youths. Still, this is the only way to better control the reaction process. Don't worry, once this experiment is over, the long-distance intertwining properties of this batch of transmitter will be lost, and they won't affect the long-term health of the injected.
What experiment? You're conducting an experiment here?
Silence. Did you hurt your head? Does it get in the way of your work?
I'm fine.
Then I won't ask any more questions. Now is the most critical moment. That you found your way here might just be the help I've needed. I was just complaining how much easier the data processing would be if you were here. Lately actually, never mind.
Tell me, what kind of experiment are you running?
There has only ever been one area of research I've fully dedicated my energy to.
Chimerism.
Precisely. This is the last question to be answered in Chimera research.
But this is... Professor, what are all these documents? The text on them seems...
Quite evil, right? This is an ancient Sarkas tome that records the history of a certain ethnic branch. That Sarkas branch not only enjoys a long lifespan, but can even transcend the shackles of physical form and exist in the world in a purely spiritual state. They have been dubbed the Revenants. The pronunciation can be a bit esoteric, but I'm sure you'll be able to find some records in Victorian. Silence. Have you ever considered what chimerism does at the level of the soul?
A soul chimera?
These revenants, the so-called soul in ancient Originium arts and Sarkas witchcraft, can they be produced a posteriori? As a quick little by the way, a posteriori is Latin, and it literally translates to from what is later. It describes knowledge that is based solely on experience or personal observation. As a very simple example, if you would be to say apples are sweet and you know that because you know, bit into an apple, it would be a posteriori because you're expressing something that you know from personal experience. Anyway, continuing.
Are you trying to create an artificial consciousness?
You've always been my finest student. This is something I've been working on for decades, to little avail. That is until Ferdinand told me that he and Dorothy had jointly produced this particular transmitter. You can't begin to imagine how excited I was, Silence. I was absolutely sure that the properties of the transmitter were sufficient to form the soil from which artificial consciousness could be born. However, in this land, disturbances will always exist no matter how sophisticated the lab is. These disturbances have plagued me for the longest time. There are so many possibilities. Perhaps the energy used to excite the transmitter was insufficient. Perhaps the laboratory was not sealed off enough. Perhaps Originium interferes with the generation and aggregation of consciousness. But none of that matters anymore. All mysteries will finally be unraveled today. This will be my final research project. The most optimal research environment is about to take shape.
Professor Parvis, you're responsible for using transmitter to solve ARC-01's accuracy control problem. This is the new transmitter core.
Kirsten wanted to do something she saw as taking a risk. She thought her work to be meaningful. I hate to be a critic of my peers' efforts, but let's be honest. We researchers have been cowards for far too long. Mediocrity, boredom, risk aversion, indecisiveness. Silence. Those of us with the knowledge and ability have to do more than just explore or progress. We carry science upon our shoulders, are commanded by it, are driven by it. It requires us to take on responsibilities that only a strong soul can endure. Usher in a new era.
Usher in a new era?
Silence. You deserve to be here with me to witness this crowning achievement. Soon, very soon, the dark ages of mediocrity will come to an end, and the pantheon of science must return.
You're shaking all over. I've rarely seen you like this.
Is that so? Perhaps the transmitter's reaction is getting a bit too intense. Maybe I really am getting too old. I'm sure you can relate with me, Silence.
Yes, I can. I can see you've really been looking forward to this moment.
Of course.
Then there's one thing I have to make clear. I will destroy this transmitter core.
What?
I mean, I'm putting a stop to everything that's happened here. Whether it's controls, plan, or just your personal ambitions, all of this has to be re-examined. That's what I'm here for.
That girl shook your allegiance to science, but I've always believed that you had the makings of a researcher. And as such, I never really blamed you. But this time, whether or not this is some ridiculous joke, I'm not going to stand for it. I'll have you apologize to me, Silence.
I won't take back a single word I said, Professor. I don't think I've done anything wrong, be it back then or now. What you people are really after is wanton power.
That's absurd. You couldn't be more wrong, Silence. That's right. You say what you will about me craving power, but I know what kind of research is important, and what kind of research can shape the future. What? Are you going to regurgitate that old platitude about science belonging to the masses? No. Let me tell you, Silence, that science belongs to the Übermenschen, the Superman. The mediocre can go elect their politicians and kiss the feet of their betters. But only science is above their meddling.
What about you then? Are you part of the Übermenschen you aspire to?
That ship has already sailed for me. But if the consciousness I create is rational enough, grand enough, then it can.
It can't, Professor. If you don't even have faith in humanity, what makes you think that this nascent consciousness can supersede everything?
You don't understand.
You've poured your heart and soul into the field of chimeric research, attempting time after time to craft powerful creations through bioengineering. Is it all because you can't run from your own weakness?
Me? Silence. I won't allow you to throw baseless speculation around like that. This is my last hope to break free from mediocrity.
Back on Hammer. I didn't expect to see you here, my former defense colleagues.
That's right, Director Saria. Former colleagues. We are now employees of Components Control Section.
Components Control.
You aren't allowed past this point.
You're doing a better job than last time.
I appreciate the sentiment.
You all know what Kirsten is trying to do. All this accomplishes is...
I don't know, and I don't practically care. You know my ID number from Ryan, Saria.
011. That was before Jara came. Kirsten and I interviewed you, James.
Back then, I had offers from other companies, including Wolfert Koczynski and Beach Brella, but I didn't give them a second thought. Because I always believed in you and Kirsten. I believed you two were different from the rest of them.
That was just your ego speaking, James. This whole place is about to crash. I'd recommend you hurry up and grab an escape pod.
I'll wait here until the moment we crash. But before that, we want to see something spectacular, Saria. Nasty described it to us. Saria notices the entire corridor shifting.
Is that...
I've never seen the land from this high up before.
The hammer has begun altitude adjustment. Out of the way! There's no time!
Damn it, what's going on? This blasted thing's spinning? If I had to guess, this would be the altitude adjustment mentioned in the technical manual, which is the step right before secondary extrication. Sir, do you need my help? Why are these doors in the corridor shut? Where's Ferdinand? He slipped away just now. Go after him! Are there no defense systems here other than the partition doors in the corridor? If I had any say in it, this place would be stuffed full of power armor. Freeze, Ferdinand. Gotcha. I need you to leave me alone, Colonel. Every minute here is precious. And dealing with you would waste all my energy. I thought we were peas in a pod, Ferdinand. Sober rationalists who would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Looks like I had a wrong read on you. Come with us. The beam excitation reading is 1.22. A constant should be introduced here to renormalize the entire formula. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at you, Blake. I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. Your power, your medals, your rank in the DoD, you never lost sight of those. But now we're standing in an altitude that few have ever touched, surrounded on all sides by scientific miracles. Just by reaching our hands out, we're on the cusp of plucking new formulae from these instruments. Take a good look. Here, all the honors and accolades you've clung to are so small, so insignificant. And what about your Rhine lab, Ferdinand? Haven't you been fixated on that? Let me make a correction. I've been fixated on what Rhine lab represents. Rhine lab is my toolbox, my ladder, my arm, but it is not my purpose. In case you've forgotten, I can proudly proclaim that I am one of the finest high-energy physicists in the land. No, in both the land and the skies. What I've been fixated on has always been science itself. Kirsten. She created all of this and let it go to waste. A truly prodigal genius she is. And I envy her. But I also have to admit, it's been an incredible ride. And so each and every second of my time is insanely valuable, and I can't afford to waste a moment on you. Listen to me, Ferdinand. Don't forget who you take orders from and who gave you your new lease on life. Colonel, do you know how to stop a curious scientist? You either satisfy him, or you kill him. Alright. Get it over with. Don't waste time. One last thing I'd like to remind you of, soldiers. The hammer will crash after reactivation, taking all of us with it. All this data might mean nothing to you, but your lives, I trust, are very important. If you want to know where the escape pods are, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. As for you, Blake, I'd save an extra bolt, either for yourself or the one you answer to. Doesn't matter to me. Just don't break my instruments. Alright, we do have two new enemies here to add to our collection very quickly. One is the Traffic Tower Production Model, and says here, a robot primarily developed by Volvort Koczynski, the crystallization of cutting-edge advances in every field. Volvort Koczynski wanted to use this design to win back the DoD's favor, but it was overshadowed by the Galeria Stellaria. And the other one being the Traffic Officer, the very pilot of the Traffic Tower. And it says, the creme of the crop from the military's strict selection process. Has impressive compatibilities even after leaving the robot. Alright, and let us proceed into the after part. I've been memorizing the basic structure of the central nervous system lately, over and over again from top to bottom.
Isn't that one of the assignments they give you in an intro biology course?
Yes, it's one of the absolute fundamentals. If I were to ask this question to any of my students, should they be stumped for even a second, I would drop their grade down to C. But these days I haven't been able to recite it from memory, not even a single time. I keep stopping partway, I keep forgetting, I keep starting from the top, going around in circles. Every morning I sit from 5 to 7 at the breakfast restaurant across Rhine headquarters, and I give it my best shot. My nerves are deteriorating. Everything I've studied my whole life is now abandoning me in this moment. Maybe in 5 or even 3 years' time I'll become a demented old man who can only bask in the sun, having forgotten all the pride and fulfillment I've enjoyed over the past 58 years. Silence, I refuse to go out like this.
Professor...
My fate is already sealed. Now, get out of my lab. Don't you dare touch it.
No. You speak of Übermenschen and strong souls. People like that might actually exist. People capable of transcending time, limitations, and this very land itself. But Professor, you are no such man. Your words are of the weak, mediocre masses you so ridicule. They are the desires of a human.
Transcending time, limitations, and this land itself?
In the mythos of Minos and Kierak, gods are the bestowers, masters, and deciders of all things in creation. But science is by no means a god. It is just a path for people to traverse. It needs to be examined from time to time, repaired from time to time, and reined in from time to time. The fruit it bears should not be the grandiose visions of megalomaniacs, but precisely the mediocre expectations of the masses.
No, no, get away from it, Silence.
It's over, Professor. What you need is rest and recovery. After this, I'll take you to the hospital. The transmitter hub has been destroyed. Be it your experiment or Kirsten's plans, without the transmitter, there shouldn't be...
Transcending this very land, huh? Yes, perhaps I made another tremendous achievement that even I did not notice. I just happened upon it without investing much time into it. As a matter of fact, it didn't even arise from one of my own projects. But that doesn't matter, does it? Of course, of course. Why hadn't I noticed? We've all been drawn in by her. From the very beginning, we've always walked the same path. The old man stares blankly at the display panel. On the monitoring screen, the giant man-made ring suspended atop the sky's zenith is illuminated by the beam of energy, gathering within it a majestic platinum. Perhaps because the transmitter hub was destroyed, or perhaps because the scouring of the beam was too intense, the hammer starts to shake slightly.
Why has the transmitter signal not stopped?
Let me ask you, Silence, if you have no way of becoming a leader, then what shame is there in being a follower? If I admit my weakness and indecisiveness, then it is a perfectly valid option for me to follow a truly strong soul, is it not? This was meant to be my backup plan, but now...
What are you doing?
I've suffered mediocrity for too long. I can still catch up to her. She too must shine. All my hard work, all my pursuits must have meaning. At least this is much better than becoming a vegetative old man. The energy density is already sufficient. As long as...
Professor! Professor! Parvis, what are you doing?
Silence feels the transmitter's influence on her fading. At the same time, the consciousness of the elderly Capernae in front of her is rapidly dissipating. When the Transcendent One sets out on her journey, I do hope that on her long path she won't mind being followed by a timid hitchhiker. At least I can become a part. Silence. Look.
Are you merging your consciousness with the transmitter to make up for the hub's destruction? No! Drat this data, what's going to happen if the phases are thrown out completely out of order? How do I stop these responses? Professor? Parvis? This is completely futile. Your consciousness can't be preserved within the transmitter. This transmitter will only destroy your nervous system.
A faint sigh, perhaps a slight chuckle. Parvis's body has become an empty shell, no longer host to any consciousness will. All his attachments, all his cowardice, dissipated without a trace.
Professor?
Within the monitor, the trembling of the hammer seems to gradually calm down. He completed his experiment in a most unexpected way.
No. How could this...
Silence! Silence! Silence, are you in here? So you really were here. Step back, I'm coming in. I finally found you. You had me scared to death, Silence. When I saw you snatch the car keys off those soldiers and floor it out there, I knew you were about to do something really, really dangerous. This place is crazy scary. Not only is this place crawling with soldiers up above, but I even got a real jump scare from that exploding energy beam.
Ifrit, why are you...
To save you, of course, duh. Did you know I learned how to drive? A real shame you didn't get to see my mad skills. With my driving skills, I might even get bumped up to elite top. What's wrong, Silence? Why is Parvis here? Why isn't he moving?
I don't know. In the end, he achieved his goal. On the other hand, I haven't really achieved anything. I was thinking... Had I been more decisive? Had I been more determined? Ifrit, how am I supposed to stop people like them? Such powerful, brightly shining souls? Will I never be able to reach Saria or Kirsten?
Stop joking around already, Silence! Ifrit frantically grabs Silence by the collar. This isn't the Silence she knows. You're the strongest woman I've ever seen! Rosmontis is pretty powerful, and so is Blaze. All of Rhode Island operators have their own special skills. But you're the best out of all of them, Silence. It's because you've done so much for me. So much that to be honest, I didn't even know where to start. I pushed through everything. You and Saria both. You both overcame it all. I know. What you're trying to do is really huge and really complicated. The guys you're trying to stop might also be really powerful and really hard to deal with. So that's why you should let more people help you. They have so many helping them out, so should you have to fight all by yourself? Obviously, you have me and Saria too. We're here by your side. Silence looks at the kid in front of her. Compared to 3 years ago, her complexion is much more robust, her body is also stronger, and her entire being brims with vitality. The girl's health is the product of her own efforts. It's just... when did she get so tall?
You're right. I need to get ready. I have to keep going. And you? It's because of you. The shaft's output phase may be nearing completion, and it won't be safe in this building. Come, Ifrit. Let's get out of here. Also, someone's waiting for us to pick her up.
Meanwhile... As rudimentary a toy as it may be, the sphere of a secondary civilization breaking through the sky for the first time was enough to render this nascent world dumbfounded. Doctor, regardless of how you see yourself today, you will find you need to hear the truth I speak. I chose to forsake my duty. I chose to forsake these lives that I have overseen for 9 immemorial eons. They are your kin, and thus you have the right to know. That is all.
What? My kin?
It's been too long. Are the shadows of that civilization still deep within your memories, Doctor? Have any fragments floated to the surface?
Doctor,
It seems like there is at least something there. In any case, there is no point in rehashing the grand visions of the past. Just use your imagination, according to whatever impressions still remain. But regardless of what you remember, we ended up with far fewer survivors than you might imagine. From great desperation was the Preserver Project born. Special life support devices, unshakable underground fortresses. When the calamities receded, they would be the seeds of new life. But destruction came sooner and more overwhelming than anyone could have anticipated, though at that time people had already come up with certain methods. Most of them failed to understand, including she who stands beside you, let alone the blank slate that is you. We were born out of desperation and not fully prepared. A pure advanced AI would only increase the risk, so one person made the ultimate sacrifice. This one volunteered to remain permanently trapped in a cage of consciousness within an electronic cloud, forever locked in an immovable sarcophagus deep underground.
so you mean your consciousness is... As of this moment, in every sarcophagus is a person yet to wake up. Me?
Correct. But none of them will ever wake up again. They lost that ability long ago.
Even though you have no memory of who you are, you feel a part of your body spasm violently. A dull pain travels from your heart to the palm of your hand. For a moment, the name of this emotion eludes you, your daily life at Rhode Island often making you forget the quandary at the core of your existence. Kin. Doctor. Consid hesitates to speak. You want her to say something to comfort you. You want her to be as omniscient as she always has been in the past, offering you solutions, answering the questions you've always had. But you see only doubt and sorrow in her eyes. Sorrow is an uncommon emotion for her, even less so if that sorrow is for your sake.
If you came here only to stop Kirsten, turn and leave. Nothing is going to stop us, even if the meaning of her death is still but a gamble. I've already made up my mind. The memory bereft doctor, an AMA-10 who has managed to survive to this point. If you have no other responses, then we have nothing more to say.
No.
No. What is it you want then? Do you wish to recover your memories and the truth, or do you insist on stopping Kirsten? You can't accomplish any of it. Your amnesia is hardly so simple. You're just being pushed along numbly, thinking you've acquired faith and new ideals. Ignorant hope is but the harbinger of despair, something we know so very well. Why not enjoy your hard-fought renewed lease on life, and instead insist on breaching the truth?
Do you really know anything about this land? The threat from the ocean grows day by day, while the mighty Aegirian civilization remains arrogant as ever. They might be powerful now, but they still underestimate the ocean. Though the demons and the hollows deep within the Sami depths show little tendency to expand, they cannot be ignored. They are like cracks entrenched deep within the ice. presaging a collapse that may occur at any time. But these are only the fringes beyond civilization's soil. They were never the immediate cause of our slain future. Inequality and prejudice, war and strife, the people are far from understanding the value of unity, are fundamentally unable to set aside differences and old grudges to talk about peace and the future. Even when catastrophes descended, the cogs of Ursus's war machine did not stop turning for a moment, and the peasants of Casimir's were not exempted from brutal punishment and taxation. Unity is an eternal dilemma. Even then, even today, there are those who cry for the wars of old, yet refuse to face the suffering, as well as those who died in vain. They may not even be able to see these words. It's too soon. They are still too weak. A few lucid individuals do not represent the entire nation. Columbia will soon seize their desired advantages from Kirsten, expand their appetite, and extend their hypocritical forks and knives towards Bolivar, Sami, and Sargon. What Kirsten did is a far cry from a feat of strength, scoping out the future of humanity. Even a slight deviation, and all of this will become but a clarion call for the next round of conquest.
Is that what you, AMA-10, Kalsid, think of Terra now? Fine then, I understand. For one who has walked with the civilizations born of this land, your opinion holds referential value. Since you each have your own reasons for not wishing to budge, then let us test each other using the ancient ways. Compared to pure rhetorical persuasion alone, I will need some more basal behavior to evaluate your quality and revise the plan. Provided you are qualified.
I accept. The Preserver switching back to the unknown language.
Debate. Allow me to explain in advance that the things you've brought up are not outside my knowledge. Through Columbia's database, I have heard of this history. But I must reassess whether the two of you have the qualifications and the ability to warrant discussing larger plans together. Whether or not Terra can remain in the hands of people like you. Whether you have the right to debate the future. The time Kirsten spent here with me goes beyond language. Hold on, you two. We are about to begin.
Being teleported? This place. Doctor. You really don't remember me?
Priestess? No, you're not.
Yes. This is just her cognitive resonance. Originally, this technology was supposed to be used to check the vital signs of those sleeping in the sarcophagi, or to preserve their dignity. Just like entering your dreams, shaping your dreams. For you, I am that dream.
So really just an illusion created by that machine?
Close enough, but there's still a fundamental difference. Just as the philosophers and interlocutors did in their palaces of old, when thoughts collide and words are exchanged, cognition intermingles, and the boundary between self and non-self blurs. You currently play the role as the doctor in your dialogue with me, but in reality, I am the one who plays the doctor, whereas you are actually me.
But your consciousness is continuous. This is not equivalent to the illusion in front of you, or your own image changing. The only word that can describe this sensation is dreamlike. You will not see a cold, impassive machine calling itself Preserver, and that will not see the helpless and dazed you. It is only in dreams that our subjective perspectives are no longer distinct. Come, don't forget that this manner of cognitive resonance has a humorous name. Debate. Oh, and of course, it is your subconscious mind that finds this word humorous. Push open the door. There remains a question we must resolve. A question? Do you really have to test people in their dreams?
No, it's not that I am trying to test you. By all means, this is not one of Preserver's cryptic question and answer sessions, or one of Katzit's rhetorical traps. The one who will pose this question is the Doctor.
Wait, was that supposed to mean myself? Hold on.
You yourself. After losing your memories, you quickly got accustomed to life at Rhode Island. You've always known that Katzit was hiding something from you, but over the years you've both been overwhelmed by the challenges you face. It has even caused you to lose your will to pursue the truth. In other words, your curiosity about the truth ended with Babel. When did you start thinking to yourself, this is fine? Do you really have that same obsession in the bottom of your heart to recover your memories? As more trust was built, certain truths gradually came to light, which even led you to self-doubt. But the two of you overcame these difficulties, which is why you're here today. But what about before that? Long before you took Amia's hand in Chernobog, long before Babel. Who are you? What are you? Where are you going? Doctor, who are you?
I'm the Doctor.
There's something I want to tell you, Doctor. The Doctor I placed my trust in is one of the same with the Doctor who woke up in Chernobog and has fought by our side ever since. That's what I believe. That's what I've always believed. But in reality, Dr. Katzit and Theresa, do they really see the commander of Babel and the Doctor of Rhode Island as the same person? I don't know. I just don't know. All I remember is the Doctor who was so kind to me. The Doctor who saved me. If the truth really is as Dr. Katzit says. Amiam. Oh, Dr. Katzit. The Doctor is tired and needs rest. There is still much to think about and digest. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, come back tomorrow. Rhode Island still has a long future ahead of us, so there is no need to rush. Okay. Sorry, Doctor. I'm sure I caught you off guard by asking this out of the blue.
Hardly.
Don't dwell on it too much. There's not much time left before we reach the outskirts of Londinium.
Londinium? But this is...
The next thing on the itinerary is a meeting of the elite operators, and we'll need you to sit in it. Hurry, come this way.
Why?
Chernobog has fallen into an atypical circumstance with regards to the infected. Rhode Island, as we are now, cannot afford to risk the risk of getting involved.
The Doctor will be our indispensable linchpin.
Is this one of you're talking about worth a dozen or more Rhode Island lives? If it's worth it, then I'm on board. But if even a single operator raises a concern, then count me out.
What? Don't move, Rhode Islander. Now, Now, there's nothing that white-haired feline can do. Even if she could kill the captain, even if she could kill Patriot, she can't protect you. Have you ever thought about our lives? Have you ever looked at this land from our point of view? Of course not. You don't know a damn thing about the kind of bonds we share, or how we've said goodbye to our parents, or how we've painted our cheeks with the ashes of our best friends. Killing a reunion fighter to deprive someone of his life is just like checking a box for you. Who the hell do you think you are? Have you ever given a serious thought to what it means for us to live and die? Oh, of course I have.
Watch out, Doctor!
But wait, Amiya! You're not always the main character of this world. Just like your life, your past. Take a look outside the glass pane of PRTS. You can never understand everything or be everywhere at once. Only those who face the truth deserve to be called courageous. The ridiculous thing is, you don't have the slightest idea of what the truth is. You've been kept in the dark, you don't understand it, and you're frustrated, even angry at your own ignorance. In the end, what more are you than the projection of the inner beasts in the bucket around you? They all want to use you for a measure of consolation, to use you for what they want to obtain. The reunion members already impaled by black arts point in the direction of those elite operators. But when you follow their fingertips, you see only a few foul beasts flying by. How many among them have faced their own destiny? How many more stood behind Rhode Island, eventually becoming arrogant ourselves? What about you? You think you can completely sever yourself from the past just because you've been shaped by new memories? Even if you can, how will you reconcile yourself with the new you? The onlookers know nothing about you, yet they want to become you and achieve their vulgar desires through you.
Are you truly worth our trust? Do you need to be entrusted with such a heavy burden?
I don't plan on abandoning my forgotten past. I've never tried to escape the responsibilities that came with my past. But if the past does not help me fight for Rhode Island, if the past has no way of influencing the present, then I can only see it as insignificant.
This is not a matter you can decide on so cavalierly, Doctor. Can a criminal be exonerated of his sins just because he lost his memories? If a good person loses her memories, does that erase the good that she has done? For you in particular, your lost memories are not so simple. Perhaps you yourself are not aware of what you have lost. What manner of answer, then, are you able to provide? Doctor! Hand! Take my hand!
I will find the meaning within it. Then, as the doctor, I will make the correct choice. It is not the memories of the past that guide me, or the events from then to now that have reshaped me. I am me, just as I always have been.
I understand your thought process. Just as you have always been. Choice words from someone who cannot even recall events from a few years ago. Even when you come to grasp the truth, be it past or present, it is because you simply know it, not because you remember it, right? You are a completely new person, but don't worry, you are also the version of yourself closest to your true nature, because you've gained a chance to pursue hope once more. I'm truly curious what the future holds for you, Kaltzit and Amiya. Sadly, it is not a future that I will be part of.
Theresa? Are you Theresa?
Don't worry about it. I'm just doing a little favor. After all, I'm just a phantasm born from the debate mechanism. Whether I'm real or fake was never that important to begin with. But please remember, whether or not it came from the deepest recesses of your consciousness. Just as I always have been, this will become the most important footnote of your life. Only when you truly realize the significance of the words you blurted out, can you live up to those who love you and those you love. We should all grasp our own destinies. That way, there will no longer be any such thing as preordained destinies in this land. You are the only antidote, but also the poison that can destroy everything. What truly hinders us is neither originium nor catastrophe, neither sea nor sky, but rather ourselves. Believe in Amia, believe in Kaltsit. The dark endless night is quickly approaching, and you all must become our sole ray of light. Until next time.
Alright then, and let us now continue on to stage 10, titled Lost Amongst the Stars. Look up and see how small we are. And of course, before I begin, we shall handle it the usual way here, where we're gonna go over the story before the stage, then we introduce the boss after that cutscene, we do the boss battle stage of course as always, and then we shall proceed into the after portion. So then, let us begin. Over here! Surround her! Don't let her through! Attention all forces, get ready! The feeling of weightlessness returns. Calcium crystals grow rapidly, tethering Saria's hand to the corridor's floor. The second disorder wave is starting.
Disorder? Nastis magnum opus.
Quick flashback.
You've been following me around for the last couple of days. Does the fence have nothing else to do? 16 of your Rhine technological park modifications do not comply with our established safety regulations.
Nasty speaking in sarcasm.
Disorder. You abandon the sense of balance inside your mind. Instead of fighting the chaos, try adapting to its rhythm instead. Find what you've been looking for? You reconfigured several key structures in the park. You don't seem to be following any rules, but the connections between the components make sense. I could have never imagined that structures like these would be possible. A linear language constricts most people's imagination. If you have a specific future in mind, you must first construct a dialogue with the destination, instead of brute forcing a route.
Back to present.
Abandon balance. Perceive the destination.
She frees up both her hands. The next shift of gravity comes abruptly, and as she hits the ceiling, she takes the opportunity to maneuver her trajectory and jumps over the soldiers not hot on her tail. Calcium crystals follow in her wake, drawing an arc. Flashback again. Manipulating raw calcium in the same way microbes change their composition. How very enlightening. The materials morph extremely quick, are adaptable and combinable with various organs, and thus have promising medical applications. This has been your research field ever since you were in college, yes? Why not continue?
Because it's dangerous.
Are you referring to the ethical issues issues arising from the construction of artificial organs with this technique?
More than that. Giving new techniques to doctors may save lives, but if they fall into the hands of criminals, they could also be reduced to weapons of destruction.
I almost forgot how rich with calcium our bodies are.
Therefore, I have determined that my research in this field must be suspended until effective control measures have been established.
It's a terrible pity, you know that. If you ever change your mind, Rhinelab could certainly have 2 sections specializing in life sciences.
The Rhinelab needs a defense section more. I'm giving you my data in the hopes that you can combine our experiences to better evaluate the risks of the chimeric experiments. Don't go too far, Parvis. The cost of pushing our boundaries will be too high for us all.
Then, where does the boundary lie? Countless studies have shown that the evolution of life has not been a gradual process. Contrary to the theories of the earliest scholars in the field, we wouldn't be standing here right now if we had only been thinking one step at a time. Furthermore, if we presume that there is indeed a boundary drawn by a higher will, that determines how we should be acting. Shouldn't we try to look it in the eye first before we decide to kneel or raise a flag of rebellion? Back to present.
A boundary. This corridor is also a boundary. If I keep walking along the corridor, I'll never reach wherever the eye is.
The hammer. This ring-shaped laboratory has, from its inception, been designed to subvert people's perceptions. It is the realization of Kirsten's dreams, the real product of Rhinelab's components control section, the combined wisdom of practically every Rhinelab director. Saria is familiar with how each of them operate, but in the past she had not allowed herself to think in the same way.
This makes no sense. No, it doesn't matter. I have long been disgusted with this wall.
Flashback again.
The telescope we borrowed from the Stargazers Association broke down. Don't worry about it. The view here is great. You can see many stars with just the naked eye. Well, you go look for a nice place to sit down. I'll try fixing it.
Wow! Oh, great superhuman Lady Saria. I'm so curious. Is there honestly anything you can't do?
I recommend you check my personal course selectives. I won't be able to do anything I'm not studying.
You're a terrifying studying machine. Ooh, it's so cold today. Want a candy? Cream puffs? Hot chocolate?
Consuming sweets this late at night is not conducive to good health.
Boring. Kirsten, look at that rock. What do you think it looks like? Oh, come on. It looks like Saria, right? It's so hard and yet it shines so perfectly.
Like the stars.
Kirsten grabs the shining stone and looks up. She seems to be comparing it to something as she moves the rock around.
Something's wrong. There should be a star here, but there isn't one. I've done so many calculations and yet I haven't figured out the trajectory of the stars.
You've already failed so many times. You still believe it's measurable?
I prefer to say that I don't believe. I don't believe in all the rules I've been taught. I don't believe that humanity will never be able to pierce through the star pod, let alone believe that the stars are only as small as we see them.
There's no way you believe we can fly all the way to the stars, right? I thought only a kid would believe stuff like that.
Children, poets, and scientists. Whoever said I wasn't one? Scientists do not believe that dreams are false, because what they are essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true.
Gosh, you really have a one-track mind. So, Kirsten, when our Rhine lab becomes a full-fledged public company, are we gonna keep the lab on the name? Or change it to Rhine something else? I'm studying ecology, and Saria's research is in bioengineering and microorganisms, so the two of us are down to keep it nice and generic. 2 against 1. Us in the life sciences. Just kidding. I mean, you're dead set on soaring through the skies, and your field is high energy physics, so wouldn't you want to call it Rhine physics instead?
No. We'll stick with the Rhine Lab. It's a good name. I want to know exactly what the stars we're looking at are. I want to know what's outside the barrier encasing around us. I want to know if we really manage to walk among the stars and look back from over there, what kind of land we've actually been living on. All the questions I seek have mostly to do with not just me, but we.
Back to the present.
And we are all beings trapped in this teeny tiny corner. How are you planning to compensate me for breaking my vivarium, Saria?
You knew Kirsten's plans from the very beginning.
Are you talking about Arc 1 or Galeria Stellaria?
Arc 1 was never more than a front to deceive the military, a pile of scrap paper that was never feasible. Galeria Stellaria is the real laboratory here, or you could also say the name of this aircraft. It certainly is a name that she would come up with.
Yep, the only thing she thinks about.
So you replicated your vivarium up here. Is Kirsten intending to break through the barrier with it?
Just tearing the star pod open won't be enough for her, you know.
Without a doubt. Her fixation was never the barrier, but the realm beyond that even our ancestors have yet to reach. She truly wants to step inside that deep outer space. She wants to leave everything that can be left behind in that dimension. And that includes
each and every life present in this vivarium. As soon as I heard about the Galeria Stellaria project, I started gathering a variety of plant species that might be able to survive in the environment outside the barrier. I just checked, and there's 753 types here. Kirsten put them all in this lab. I'm pretty happy about it. We'll be able to find our answers together real soon.
You want to know if life can exist among the stars. And especially yourself.
Yep. My people and I, we've been trapped in this cage that just continues to shrink. As time goes on, we can only follow what happens to water that can't be contained, wind that dissipates, trees that wither and vanish from this ever-changing land. And then, she said to me, "Then let's go. This land is not your home, but beyond it, there might just be a space untainted by Reginium that will really accept you and your people."
A mere hypothesis. So far, no instrument has managed to penetrate or even approach the barrier, so there is no basis to assert the possibility of Originium's absence beyond the barrier, let alone the total lack of evidence to suggest that life can survive in the depths of outer space.
I know. It's just a dream. There is no evidence or data to support it, and it goes against all the scientific knowledge I have. But scientists don't believe that dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true.
I remember Kirsten said that.
Yes, she's the same as ever. What about us? Saria, have we changed at all?
Water spreads out like hands in all directions, spinning Saria to the wall. Saria has never seen water this fierce out of Ulysses. It is like a waterfall, like a tsunami, as if the water is howling. Calcium crystals continuously grow from Saria's hands, but they fail to take form under these sweeping waves. She tries to find Muses, but all she finds in stream after stream of water are the eyes of an elf hidden in the depths of each wave. Eyes filled with serenity and grief. The water is howling, but the elf is crying.
I really, really wish we could be together forever, just like on that starlight night. But there is no way I can hold on to the both of you at the same time. Dancing in trees really is too hard. I won't give you a chance to stop her. Because 2 against 1. This time, I'm on her side.
Muses!
Sleep, Saria. Go to sleep. You're all black and blue and probably about to pass out. There's no need for you to keep fighting, because our dreams are about to come true. So just close your eyes, and the water will take you away from here. By the time you wake up, Kirsten and I will have reached our destination.
No! A solid calcium crystal does not stab at the water in vain, but into the side of the bulkhead. Saria is well aware that the next disorder is about to happen. A robotic voice. Warning. Energy overload initiated. All secondary compartmental gravity systems and dampers have failed. Attention all personnel, energy overload initiated.
Why would it suddenly...
Sudden? No. You were right. Kirsten has never changed.
The instantaneous gravitational shift causes these streams of water to lose direction. The animal piercing through the bulkhead firmly fixes Saria on the spot, but Muses is tossed outside along with her water.
Saria!
You're the same as ever. Whenever you get nervous, you forget just how fragile your body is.
No, catch me! I don't want to leave! Not alone!
The energy overload is starting. When it's done charging, the entire platform will collapse. Even if you can get close to, or even break through the barrier, the core cabin will not last long enough. Kirsten wants to save you. As do I.
You...
Yes, I want to bring her back. Muses, after gravity returns to normal, leave this place. What happens next is between the two of us.
Saria! No, I gotta hold on to something.
Authentication failed. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium access denied. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium access denied.
Saria, you dummy blockhead knucklehead, open the door! I've really been abandoned again. Saria, I hope you make it.
Saria stands at the door leading to the deepest part of the lab, knowing her target is just inside. However, before she can even condense the calcium crystals on her hand, the door lock automatically releases. Compared to the previous area filled with instruments and equipment, this place feels more like a temple to the stars. A sphere made of smooth and flawless metal shows off its dazzling beauty under the soft light. Spheres of varying size slowly glide on predetermined orbits one after another, with their paths changing now and then. The irregularities intertwine with each other, but contrary to expectations, they form an indescribable sense of harmony. Whether it be the positions of the stars or how precise their orbits shift, the planetarium exceeds the imaginations of any astrologer. But in the very next moment, those devoted to the stars would probably fly into a rage.
Those so-called astrologers are basically misguided zealots. For the past 1,000 years, they've committed themselves to tracking the trajectory of the stars. Every trajectory change that occurs signifies a new revelation or a meaningful omen to them. Their behavior is not necessarily incomprehensible. The fact that these stars move without a trace is enough to terrify most people. To believe that these stars are mere pawns of an undiscoverable being, that their movements and trajectory changes hold any meaning is obvious, the more reassuring choice. However,
Kirsten extends a hand towards the planetarium. The dome of Galeria Stellaria enveloping the ceiling suddenly opens itself. False starlight floods the laboratory. Kirsten makes a series of gestures with her hand, and in an instant the planetarium completely transforms.
fake.
The stars begin to move erratically.
False.
Several stars collide with one another. Though they do not shatter, the sound of them crashing into each other instantly destroys the silence in the room.
Fabricated.
However, Kirsten's expression does not change at all, as if everything is as it should be.
If the trajectories are really just invisible, then how have we avoided colliding with other stars throughout the last millennium? Are we so special to have avoided such a fate so far? What kind of land have we actually been living on? Where exactly are we headed? These questions, I've whispered them in your ears too many times to count. Can you help me move that planet over there, Saria?
A small metallic sphere passes by Saria's hand. Star. Instead of touching it, she lets it fall out of orbit.
What a shame. I've been fiddling with these planets before we break the barrier, and no matter how many times I try, they just refuse to stay on the right track. Stop this, Kirsten. We still have time to turn back before you hit the barrier with the Galeria Stellaria. Galeria Stellaria, isn't it exactly as how I described it to you before? A pity that you had already left Rhinelab by the time I built it. But I knew you would come back at the very moment when my dreams were about to be realized. You would be there. Whether or not you're with me, or against me. This time, it's my turn to make the first move.
Kirsten lifts her hand, revealing the exoskeleton operating system that Saria is most familiar with, and gently makes a fist. Silver liquid spews out from the planetarium behind Kirsten, and in an instant all the planets are thrown out of their orbits, rushing towards a single position at a speed too fast for the naked eye. The entire galaxy pours down on Saria. Alright, and now we shall proceed to introduce our boss. And that is obviously none other than Kirsten. And probably one of the best descriptors on a boss when it comes to lore ever. It purely says egotist, betrayer, seeker, loner, pioneer, goodnight, Terra. And that is all you get. Alright, we should proceed into the boss stage. As always, this is not a, hey, here's how you beat the stage. This is just a showcase. I will let it run on double speed until the boss appears for the first time. Though she does linger in this attempt quite a long time, so after some moments after some moments in the fight, I will speed it up again just to not linger too long on it. But let us begin.
俺の貴重な時間を無駄にしないためにもな。
誰にも縛られるつもりはない。
奴らは自らの行いを恥じてすらいない。お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。懐かしい。
ちゃんとな。トラックを起動した方がいいかしら。今倒れてくれたらそれ以上傷つかずに済むわ。気をつけて行動しますね。今倒れてくれたらそれ以上。
今でもあの嘆きが聞こえてくる。動き回る。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろう。
切りつく。モンスター。縛られるつもりはない。足元を見ています。前に進むぞ。火事には気をつけてください。治療モード適用します。火事には気をつけてください。
懐かしい。
収集可評価しろ。どんなにわずかな振動でも足元を見てください。どんなにわずかな振動でも結果を変えてしまえるものが余っている。痛えのか。どんなにわずかな振動でも結果を変えてしまえるものよ。すぐに終わる。足元を見てください。すぐに終わる。砂は大地。
今でもあの嘆きが聞こえてくる。
足元を見てください。すぐに終わる。Mission accomplished。
他に仕事がないのでこれで失礼する。
Thank you, Uncle. Hope you like the Meebo action. The Meebo switch action, I mean. Anyway, we shall now proceed to the after part. The stars crash to the ground. Someone lifts a head from the pristine white debris scattered all over the floor.
What's the matter, Control? You were faster before. Since you weren't able to kill me, I'll launch my counter-offensive. Don't blink.
The stars struck down by Saria refloat, setting off on a new trajectory. Kirsten's fingers flick to the side. Saria's legs suddenly feel 1,000 times heavier.
The gravity shifted. Use the trick to send mules away, but it won't work on me.
Animal grows beneath Saria's feet like a pair of heavy-duty boots holding her in place. And then she begins to move forward, step by step.
Instead of refining the way you generate calcium particles, you've simply increased the release speed. The animal you're generating has gotten even more brittle. A hardy resistance isn't enough to cross the finish line.
A metal planet shatters the animal barrier, hitting Saria on her shoulder. Saria does not seize her advance. It happens twice and then thrice. Saria continues to speed up.
Saria, stop. Stop. That's what I said to you. I can tell you all about my plans. I know. Then why do you insist on stopping me? There will be no other victims in this plan. I just wanted to set off some harmless fireworks over these skies in 3 months. The moment Hammer finishes its job, both the military and Mainlander will breathe a sigh of relief. The residents of 3 months will be momentarily captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them in the sky, but soon enough their focus will be directed towards another, more deserved concern. Rhinelab might be the most affected party here. She will lose her control, possibly several directors, and the confidence of powerful Colombian organizations. Then you should have stayed on the ground. Clean up the mess, protect those who might be hurt by this, and carry our Rhinelab through the crisis. You've always been good at that. You forgot again. I resigned a long time ago. People like Blake like to call scientists mad. And we couldn't care any less. But science is supposed to be irrational. Kirsten, when I first heard the story of your parents, I thought they shouldn't have seen an ending like that. If they hadn't perished in that accident and had returned before hitting the barrier, they would have brought back incomparably precious data, as well as the possibility of a second attempt. You obviously... I admire their will and determination, but I've never been able to approve of sacrifice, even justified and inevitable. Ferdinand, Nasty, Parvis, they and many others always thought me too conservative. They see me as a stickler for rules, obstructing all of you. Can a woman like this even be called a scientist? Even I myself have asked this question. You're the most dedicated truth seeker I know. The truth. Truth is the inertia that comes after order. I believe science can bring us truth, and that truth can restrain madness, bringing about a better society for everyone. Us weavers have always been accompanied by an instinctive madness. For as long as we can remember, violence, savagery, we took an extremely long time just to step out of that chaotic darkness. That's what I have been taught ever since I was small. I use reason to control myself, and desperately want to confront the madness I see in all of you. But you can't do it. Saria, if you intend to hold onto Rhinelab by your lonesome, you are sure to be disappointed. Because humanity's thirst for progress is inherently undefeatable. A type of despair, a type of madness, but also a natural instinct, and the fuel that has brought us from the desolate Barrowlands to where we stand. Which is why I've come here, and not for a fight.
The heavy stars fall on her like a rock slide, and gravity controls the airflow to howl at her entire body. Calcium crystals crumble from head to toe, but the mountaineer is determined to greet the storm with her own form.
Kirsten, I almost admitted my own defeat while searching for you. Until someone said to me that I should return to the origin. So on my way here, I've been looking back at where we all started. Yes, I dread losing control, but it's not a fear of chaos, but a fear of regression caused by it. So I must progress onward, as humanity must, because for us, the trek is far from over. Indeed, to this day, humanity still lives in the dark. After all, we can't even see through the sky hanging over our heads. The road is long, very, very long. We hold more knowledge than the average bystander, and so we must shoulder heavier responsibilities. We should be ahead of them, eliminate any danger, and carefully lead them on the path forward. A real pioneer should be clearing the way for all humanity, instead of jumping headfirst into the abyss, never to return. This is my foundation, and I will stand by it. Got you!
She has weathered the storm. She crosses the galaxy. The final calcium crystals spread from one palm to the back of another, and the metal exoskeleton begins to tremble. The synthetic stars ceaselessly revolve around the two in unison. Everything else around them has sunk into chaos as a result of their arts colliding and destroying each other. Only the Protector's will remains unshaken as the Earth. Meanwhile,
you're always slightly late. And you're always slightly early. Been waiting long, Kaltsit? Not really. I thought you would be next. You're like a microcosmos of everything that happened in Ursus. I'm sorry. I really am. Sorry? For what? You knew my husband and I were already doomed when we made our decision at the research institute. You're not the type to get depressed. No, perhaps you might have even become more depressed in the last century. No. I hold regrets and maybe even remorse towards your story, but not much sorrow. I'm talking about your daughter. Volinik doesn't live in the better era that you wished for, an era where hate and violence have been forgotten. The same goes for Ludmilla. Like I said, you're like a microcosm, Lilia. You and Volinik have an unbreakable bond formed of hatred and blood. A microcosm. I've seen it many a time. A futile destruction. Sounds like you're tired. You weren't created to be a savior. You can't level a mountain with a finger or destroy a city with your eyes. Just what kind of plebeian would hope that you were invincible? Do those fools think they would uphold a civilization teetering on the edge of collapse with just violence? There might be some with such a hope. They hope that I can bring them a future, hope to survive in my country, hope for a victory under my command. You failed them, because you're just Kaltsit. Our conversation has yielded no answers. Yes, you've admitted it. You're tired. But why? You're always on the path of avoiding their self-destruction, but the power you hold is just that minuscule. There's no way you can teleport from Victoria to Ursus or monitor every Sarkas on the Terra to see what dangerous witchcraft they're delving into this time. Whatever you do just grows more and more futile, so you're starting to get impatient, right? And especially with... I know. You already know what you're afraid of, yet you're still able to keep yourself from thinking about it. Not letting Theresa and Theresis appear in front of you, even your subconsciousness is practically begging for it. The same goes for your own determination, Kaltsit. You think people will treat you gently, and so that pair of siblings won't talk to you like this. How strange. You were so cold before that I never imagined you would seek the warmth of others. From such a perspective, you really have become weak. Spring is chilly here. I'll catch a cold soon if I stay out any longer. We should go somewhere with a warmer spring. Shall we go inside? Sure. Snow?
A rare outsider. Are you headed for the Sacred Mountain? Pilgrims as young as you rarely make it up here. But why aren't you continuing your ascent? Legs got frostbite?
Sacred Mountain? Are we in Kierag?
Yarag? Where is that? Is that where you're from?
I wouldn't consider it as such. It's one of the most spectacular mountains on Terra. I once saw a group of destitute refugees settle and rebuild their lives in that paradise free of catastrophe.
Oh, it must be a beautiful place then. Terra, it sounds so small. That's where you're from?
Yes. I come from Terra. And you?
Toward the mountain. We're born with this one goal.
Born with it?
We frolic among the trees on the mossy plains in our youth, and learn from the rocks, and in our prime begin climbing the mountain. We did so much groundwork at the foot of the mountain, weaving strands of dawn light into ropes, or preparing a pair of shoes that won't be contaminated by the darkness of the night. And then we begin climbing the mountain. The road is long and full of obstacles, and we only harvest resources from the valleys. Fortunately for us, the Sacred Mountain is merciful, and feed us with death, so we decided our long lives to this mountain path in return.
It must be an exhausting journey, coming all the way here.
Exhausting? No. The snow does not mourn its melting. This is all from the self-flattering efforts of others, while we are just climbers.
What is the Sacred Mountain called? And what should I call you?
This mountain is called Time, and us, we are just insignificant lives. Time is such a grand thing, isn't it? You should be well aware of it.
Will the mountain change? Has anyone reached the summit?
I don't know. What I mean by that is, maybe. Try shouting at the abyss of time. The response you'll receive is a gift from the Sacred Mountain. Time will not give you an automatic answer, but it will respond. Our predecessors called this response fate. And fate is the echoes of the cries of life. Have you never done this before? Well, it seems like there will be a blizzard tonight. I should go prepare dinner and find a place to set up camp. Do you need a place to rest? We can go together, girl.
Sure, old man. I'd like to know, what's there to fill your stomach?
Perhaps we'll be having despair, child. Maybe you can finish your prayers before dinner. Do your shouting before the blizzard blots everything from sight. Louder! You will become yourself. Cultset, your judgment is rational. For this I feel sorry.
Sorry for what? It's only myself.
Because I am your time. I single-handedly caused your distrust towards humanity, your pessimism, your dismay, and your impatience with no way out. However, from her and on her, you saw a possibility. Out of your tendency to be overly cautious and anxious, you suspected that this feeling is merely a misjudgment caused by our irritation. After all, the world is breaking out of your knowledge and control, and the new you was only born not long ago. And yet you've considered it many times before. How much easier it would be if you chose to trust them instead. I am your time. Cultset, you omniscient fool. You forget the little details. You are not a chosen savior. You should not be. You're not always right either.
Even if you've already made up your mind, you know better than anyone else how limited time is, and there isn't much left. You should try giving up and choose to trust someone you can believe in. You are not trusted because you are Cultset, nor do you become Cultset because you are trusted. You are the echoes of a valley, water dripping off a cliff. Your responsibilities way beyond what your abilities can bear, and now at least there are people to share these responsibilities with. What you have lost and gained in this short period of the past few centuries far exceeds your former days. So long they were that you could only use for progress and evaluation. Everything is about to end, Cultset, and you know this. Will you say your passivity, your pessimism, your apathy? Don't forget your original question. Don't forget the answer that you nearly had. Go on, AMA-10. The meaning of your existence is more than you yourself.
Let's stop here.
Indeed. Indeed, this is enough.
And the doctor?
Calming down elsewhere. I do intend to spend some time with you alone. I have a question for you, AMA-10, Cultset. For the past 10,000 years, have you really lived on this land?
Yes.
It seems you've changed a lot. We haven't interacted much, but you shouldn't be your current self. What did you choose?
I've seen wars lasting several millennia, the rise and coexisting of nations, and people growing from their misunderstandings and conflicts. But in the end, they all scattered to the wind just like these sands of Sargon. But in a blink of an eye, history has already given birth to new children. I've seen the cycle repeat too many times. The cycle itself looms large and weighs heavy, and I'm fully aware the time is running out. And then I ran into a unique opportunity. I once met two Tikas who were closer than any creature in any era to the truth of continuing civilization.
But now you are all as fragile as the trash on an asteroid belt. So how can you possibly talk of continuing... Wait. You are saying... The Black Crown still remains on Terra.
The Lord of Fiends, as the ancient Tikas called it.
Tikas. Those all odd endemic life forms. What a fluke. I had thought it would have been left behind on. The Black Crown. I dislike the shape it takes on the physical plane. A crown leaves a bad taste. A crown points to royalty. This ancient imagery implies power. In this downward trend of collapse, where the misunderstandings over ideology and race push surface civilizations towards self-destruction, within an extravagant mirage of peace and unity. The most direct method should be to use those powers to reshape the will of all living beings, infuse them into a singular form. What can a false leader, made of memories, emotions, and knowledge even achieve?
Don't underestimate Amiya. Don't underestimate Rhode Island. Don't underestimate us. Doctor, are you alright? Just needed a breather. This thing has gone too far.
Perhaps I have underestimated you, but that does not affect the ending already set in stone. You want me to believe that such a tiny piece of heritage is enough to change fate?
Heritage is humanity's sole achievement ever since our ancient ancestors learned to use tools and fire. Knowledge, culture, history. So-called civilization is nothing more than that. There will be a day when the Black Crown will no longer belong to Amiya alone, and we will have to fight to survive, no matter who the enemy is.
You've chosen to fight for Terra. This is what you've decided. With this body, this identity, you are different from the Kirsten and her kind. Your struggles are far from your original intent.
Even Rhode Island's reserve op teams know the difference between fighting for themselves and fighting for others. And we've all done our preparations. This great land of Terra is where I grew up. I'm an employee of Rhode Island, a part of the ship sailing on the land called Terra.
Infected is just too trivial a proposition. However, infected Originium. Huh. Then what about you, Doctor?
I'm an employee of Rhode Island. I also have a question for you, Trevor Friston. How has your time been in this equally long period of time?
Meanwhile,
the perturbation system has been lifted. Kirsten, tell me how to stop this energy accumulation, and where exactly does the energy come from? This will be an extremely long story. I will try to crack the Galeria's control panel before I'm done listening. Zarya, you know, the history of this land is far longer than most realize. I believe every generation produces its own skeptics, just like my parents and I. Have our ventures really been completely fruitless? And was there perhaps a more ancient point in time that the sky hanging over us was not as we see it today? I remember that was one of the establishing goals of Rhine Lab's scientific investigation section. Conventional exploration alone has already provided me with plenty of interesting information. After you left Rhine, I picked up some interests I had previously and tried leaving the laboratory, heading to various corners of the world that mankind had scarcely set foot on. The purpose of those journeys was not to observe the sky. The stars are not worth looking at. I came to this conclusion early on, after countless calculations. I only wanted to try and find more collaborators. Since the last Lithanian arts detector orb fell short at 500 meters below the barrier, the academic circles in most countries abandoned their research into the thing. So, what I've been looking for, a voice that doesn't belong to this era. Like the immortals who rely on Originium arts to escape these shackles of life, or the Faronmoots older than any country. Perhaps even older than those regarded as gods, a being so old that history has forgotten them. Before I set on my journey, I had no idea what I was going to find. I just felt a calling, across time and space, directing me towards the door. And what was inside the door? Everything. I found the answers to all my questions. How we managed to trek across history to make it here. About the land's unexplored secrets. About the myriad of possibilities for our future. But at the same time, I also saw the end of a civilization and a spirit abandoned by time.
Time is nothing but a wild joke. At the end of the world, when the seas dried up and the rocks rotted away as everything changed, I hid in this grim bunker, repeating a futile act, shouting into the void. My words permeated every moon and space itself, every tunnel and corner of the stars. The universe did not respond to me. I prayed to the pitch black despair for tens of thousands of years, and the only thing I heard in return was the reverberations of destruction. Whenever I longed for a survivor's response, the sound of collapse and rays of occupied light still lingering among the stars would emerge. It was a black hole of futile effort. My emotions were far beyond what any regular life form would ever experience or empathize with. In the endless silence, all I could hear was the heartbeats of my people growing ever weaker, but their dormant hearts should not have been beating at all. Nightmares cannot jolt me awake because it is impossible for me to sleep. I hate myself for having these emotions. I wish I could operate like a pure machine. I hate the other me that assigned me a fate like this. I knew very well the plan had already concluded. The energy in these sarcophagi was not enough to power the next stage of recovery in our plans. Soon after, I was swept into the nothingness, endless and numb.
So the contact with Kirsten offered you a gamble. Since your people could never wake up, you might as well...
No. The first time I saw that humanoid creature, what I felt was surprise. I've been watching the depths of space far, far away, not what happened on the surface. I noticed the growth of life, but never expected it to knock on my door. We spent a long time talking, though in reality it was no longer than a few months. Kirsten fired question after question as if she was meeting a manifestation of truth. And remarkably, every topic would send her into a long period of reflection and silence, instead of satisfying her thirst for knowledge. She catalyzed an idea, but she didn't voice it herself. Kirsten refused to be the one to execute the plan.
Plan? Wasn't she just using Rhinelab to achieve her goals?
She believes that someday this land will need a group that can separate themselves from politics and unite as a people. This far-sighted group would have to employ everything at their disposal to build an ark. The pioneers would inevitably face the struggle of understanding and would face division and suffering.
But reality is not myth, as Babel has proven.
So what is Rhode Island to you, if you hold no hope for all of this?
You're right about that. We can discuss this so-called hope.
Kirsten's little helpers have already begun fiddling with the sarcophagi's technology. I have no qualms with it, but this must mean something important for Terra. Use it well, Kirsten's political views are not without a few flaws.
Loken's research has effectively been put under control. I cannot possibly trust Colombia as a nation, but there is someone behind the Mainlander Foundation that is worth negotiating with.
That is good. And then tell me, are the deep-sea dwelling Aegir really so different from the civilizations on land?
What I can tell you far surpasses whatever Kirsten has told you.
Indeed. I cannot comprehend why these creatures with bodily structures inadequately suited to survive in the deep sea would establish a civilization in the ocean. But this suggests they depend on some product of the seafloor. The form of their civilization has been distorted by external forces, making them stronger, but also causing problems. Aegir is a settlement that must be united, regardless of the problems caused by those rampant sea monsters. I believe that's what they are called. Terra cannot leave such a developed nation alone. Considering their approximate geographical location, and if they use what they might have in abundance appropriately, my guess is that what Kirsten is doing right now is not necessarily out of the Aegir's reach.
With strength comes arrogance. Aegir is not so easy to persuade. Though, fortunately, due to the series of incidents, I have had the good fortune to establish a precious relationship with some Aegir. This will be an impactful breakthrough. Since the profound silence, Aegir can no longer remain silent.
Scani Gladia Spectre. Excellent. The March of the Knights Mora basically only exists as a legend in the database of Columbia, with no decent historical text to refer to. But if the legendary event was not, in fact, a falsehood, then he is indeed an incredible hero. Even if we take Originium as the power source, the fact that such a tyrant born on Terra thousands of years ago could achieve such a great feat in a much more primitive environment does inspire wonder. However, the south is already in ruins, so you should look north. Have you been there?
Ursus? Sami? No, even further north, at the ends of the endless ice fields. I tried many times, but I've yet to find anything with the limits of my own abilities.
But you know what's over there.
I do.
So don't ignore the door that lies there. Push it open when you need to, and it will show you a boundless vista.
Just pushing the door is already far beyond what most are capable of.
And so it is up to all of you to find a way. The land is vast, and civilization continues to advance, so surely there is more than one Kirsten.
You seem to trust the denizens of this land more than I previously thought.
Trust. I hand the tinder to you. I have given up everything on my end. Whether or not you can succeed, nothing can be changed. This is my failure. Trust? Yes. I do not know. Perhaps I just want to see any life form able to converse and interact with one another to continue existing. You know this. Compared with the problems on the distant horizon, there is something that could happen at any moment. War. Even if I look only through the eyes of Columbia, I sense the imminent danger to your world, and the fire that can ignite at any time. You will require preparation. Do what you must, to extinguish the flame, or to let it produce new life. This is your choice to make. Those who are truly eager to save the denizens of Terra are always and only themselves. This need for awakening has not changed since times immemorial, because it is all part of what humanity is.
Thank you. We will discover the truth.
The sky is about to be opened, but the barrier will soon heal itself. Perhaps it will take a few days, or months, or years. But the people of Terra will take that limited, voracious seed into their eyes and will keep the moonlight and the distant planets in their memories. I hope, Kirsten hopes, that this will be a powerful signal. A signal to herald the next great age.
Zarya, would you like to gaze at the stars together, just like we did before? We can talk about this after we descend. The starry sky. Or more precisely, what we gaze at is a barrier, the star pod. There's still 1,000 meters to go. Our current position is already near the limit of humanity's touch. The ionization response is too strong. At this height, the instruments can't operate with all the interference. The control panel is completely useless. I should have known. You have no intention of letting the Galleria Stellaria last much longer. Yes, it just has to last until I break the barrier. The barrier. Though we have always been inclined towards the usage of barrier, you're well aware that the shape of it is more than just a barrier, as per conjecture. It might not even be a barrier at all, but an extremely wide space. It might even lack endpoints. This 6,000 meters, what we understand as normal airspace, is actually abnormal. And in that case, breaking it was never an option. It can indeed be broken. You've never once doubted it. 6,972 meters. If you fly straight up at this angle, and as long as you can soar past that height, the Galleria Stellaria will no longer be disturbed by any ionization reactions. Fine. So you have credible data from that spirit, but this doesn't reduce the danger of exploring the skies at all. No, even if we assume the barrier is enveloping the land like a membrane, as you say, it means we know less than nothing about the space beyond it. This makes your actions even more hazardous. You could even bring disaster upon this land. I know. The people are simply inadequately prepared for this. There will never be adequate preparation. If there is indeed a calamity looming over us, then humanity is already living under a ticking clock. If that's the case, then we should be even more cautious, right? Zarya, I believe there will come a day when a much more complete exploration team will be formed, and with more data at full support, they will enter into the depths of space before our very eyes. This is also the future I hope for. But you yourself are not in this future of yours. True. I'm ill-suited to be called a pioneer. On that point, I fully agree with your view. If possible, I would prefer to become a starting point. Just like once back when I watched the light of those flames burning in the sky. That was the last thing my parents left me. A starting point. Where's the closest escape pod? None left. Those with the capability to execute the return module are already gone. Alright. Then hold on to me. I will wrap the both of us in calcification. We might not even have a chance of survival, but we can try. Zarya, lower your gaze. What? You were the one who didn't look down this time.
The gravity abruptly shifts without warning, and Saria feels only space beneath her feet. She did not expect Kirsten to set up an emergency escape door at the Galeria Stellaria Center. No, Saria thinks to herself, she should have expected it long before. This door is not for the owner of the planetarium. Kirsten knew that at the very last moment Saria would come. The sudden change of mass robs Saria of her voice, and she fails to yell out anything at all. She also knows that there is nothing she can grab, but still stretches her hand out. Starlight and earth pour into her view, while Kirsten only gets further and further away.
Saria, you always wanted me to take a good look at the world. Now I have. It is equally beautiful. You will watch it and the people it nurtures in my stead. This I always knew. Just as you have in the past and will in the future. And I'm not the type to lead people on step by step. I am just a pair of eyes. Eyes that will peer into the unfamiliar depths of space for all that live on that land. Tristan, I can almost see the true starry sky. It probably hasn't changed much from what you've told me. In over 10,000 years. Me and you, our civilization and yours. On the scale of the universe, we really are insignificantly small.
A torrent of energy pounds the accumulating area of this giant airborne construct, and the ring hovering up high looks almost swallowed by the tremendous amount of energy. Immediately afterwards, an even greater amount concentrates at its core. Enough to destroy any massive nomadic city. And this world is just so puny and shallow. How could it even bear it? The light converges and abandons the earth, stabbing upwards into the air. Under the unprecedented energy surge, wave after wave of dazzling ripples emerge on the pitch-black curtain devoid of any life. The false sky is at last rent asunder. The ancient twin moons expose their real faces. Tonight, the truth will be perceived by humanity for the very first time. Alright, and let us continue to the cutscene stage ST3, titled Those Left Behind. Some jeer, some are in awe, some dance in joy, some spend the night sleepless. A ghostly view that one can see anywhere in Iberia. Rubble close by indicates the place may have once been a prosperous village, but now only a solitary wind chime left hanging on a wall echoes the waves as they hit the shore. A sea terror utters some bewildering slithering sounds. A wave washes a sea terror onto the beach. No, perhaps it might have followed the wave to dry land. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to have a goal in mind. It merely wanders, looks around, just like its brethren do. It shouldn't have found anything. All it can see while standing in the overgrowth is the endless ocean and the sky. But in the next moment, as if it has sensed something and looks towards a certain direction, the never-changing sky is swept by a wave of ripples. The sea terror utters some doubtful growling. It looks in that direction, but there is only an endless sky. Soon after, its compatriots arrive, its kin, its wee many. All their eyes look in the same direction. In another place, as an attendant apologizes to the proprietor, he props up his master, a court musician, and helps him leave the bar. Mein Herrsch, you shouldn't drink anymore. Don't get in my way. I can't figure out the tune, so I might as well just drink myself to death. Mein Herr, in your draft several pages yesterday, I think the third song is honestly not bad at all. At least you know me well. But 9, this will not do. It is not good enough. There is still something missing, a key ingredient. Do you understand? A kind of psychedelic and yet magnificent an image of madness. Of course, I understand you completely. You're always chasing this kind of work. I must really be drunk. What's wrong? I saw waves streaking across the horizon. Waves? I should take you to a doctor. What is that? The attendant lifts his head towards the sky to see halo-like waves sweep across the night. This is... could I have somehow gotten second-hand intoxication through the air? The clouds are like waves, and the sky is a curtain. Good, sehr good. Theron, go quick. Take me home. No, hand me a pen, quickly. Here. Have you found some inspiration? Inspiration? No, what I have discovered is a wellspring. Under the dim streetlights, the musician lies down on the floor on his stomach, writing in a frantic pace without a care for his image. Tonight, many an artist slept nary a wink. In another place, take a gander at this happy lot. They think the storm is already over, and Victoria merely had a little hiccup. Whatever they possess is still intact, and will continue to remain as is. Oh, I wish I could share their optimism. Sir, there's something I need you to see. What's happened? You're not the sort to be killjoy at a time like this. It seems something has happened in Colombia. Seems? Yes, we are urgently collecting information at the moment. Has a rebellious child again done something incomprehensible with the science and technology they're so overly proud of? That remains yet to be determined, but at present I can confirm that this is information you must know. Just how important is this matter that I have to be proactive instead of waiting for you to bring it to me? It is, honestly beyond the scope of my abilities. The Count realizes the bitter smile on his trusted subordinate's face, and this shifts his original joking mood to one of surprise. His officer only knows how to tell the truth, and this means that something has indeed happened. The Count walks to the window and immediately realizes why his subordinate was at a loss for words. That was information physically impossible to be brought before him, but also a reality that no one could ignore. What sort of natural phenomenon is this? We immediately hired experts relevant to the field, and combined with the information from Colombia over the past few days, they have proposed some valuable theories. Site 359 spy dossier. Investigation report on the Maylander Foundation. And what are these? Academic papers? A barrier? Tell me the key points of note. This layer of ripples has originated from Colombia and is extremely unnatural. After conducting some simple observations, we believe that the findings align perfectly with a long-forgotten theory in the world of science. The sky above our heads is indeed false. Something has happened. And we know nothing about it. We have already mobilized all our spies in Colombia, and they will soon bring us results. Spare no expenses. I want an answer before tomorrow morning to bring to the Duke of Normandy. Yes, sir.
My lord, I would like to introduce my distant nephew to you.
Tonight's banquet ends here and now. The Count needs his peace and quiet now, so please return home, Viscount. Very well. The Count looks at the distant sky without saying a word. Tonight, conspiracies hatch in alleys while countless politicians toss and turn in their beds. A robotic voice. Warning. Energy overload. Energy overload. Shock waves from the energy surplus have impacted the entirety of HRR. Secondary disengagement protocol acceleration complete. All secondary cabins, mounting devices, and external energy lines have been separated from the Galeria Stellaria's main body. All personnel evacuate via the escape pod and execute returnal protocol. Repeat, all personnel evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. This goddamn weightlessness! Couldn't they have made the escape pod just a bit smaller? Not the size of an entire room? Quick, get that self-balancing system up and running. We gotta stabilize this room first, and at the very least, my bones are about to shatter from being tossed around like marbles in a box. I know, I'm working on it. I hate me manually disengaging lock mechanisms so much, especially in a time like this. Alright, it's stable. Now to check the return protocol. The Drauge and pilot parachutes have been launched. Landing trajectory is on auto-adjust. If you look up, there's still time to bid you farewells to control. Hey, Bullet. Look at the corridor. Is that Director Busi's? Director Muses, getting quick. There's still seats. You should have clearance to enter.
This is the escape pod?
This escape pod has existed since the very beginning of ARC-01's design phase, and we ran several rounds of navigation and pressure tests before, so don't worry.
You're Claude, right? I remember you. You've all been in components control for many, many years.
Before Hammer took flight, Kirsten disbanded the Rhine Lab Components control section. The last job she assigned us was to assist the energy charging and focusing. All calibration, maintenance, and security tasks have already been completed. When we return to the ground, we'll all get new contracts to leave Rhine and leave 3 months. Oh, right.
What's this?
A remote sensor recorder. It provides real-time feedback from the biological data in the vivarium. Control said it would be helpful to you, so I was going to send it over to Ecological once I get back on the ground. The data was just updated. I'm really sorry.
Wait, don't tell me right away. Not so fast, this is... How many years did it take? Go.
In the short span of time after Galeria Stellaria broke through the barrier, the death rate of 753 plants has been exceeded 90%. The rest aren't expected to survive.
Kirsten, what exactly does it look like beyond the star pod? You're fully aware of sharing the same possible fate, and yet you're unwilling to call off your trip? You've kept your promises to us all, but did you plan on traveling solo from the very beginning? Then Saria, she...
Wait, the acceleration is still increasing. Our descent speed hasn't slowed at all. We're falling even faster than before. What's going on, Bullet? Shockwave from the energy overload must have messed up the return protocol. I can't reverse it. Both parachutes have failed, and the self-balancing system is about to malfunction. Wait, isn't this equipped with a gravity-related Originium Arts module? Find the arts unit, quickly! Right. But the current high temps and energy shock from earlier have fried a third of the modules. Current height 3,454.7 meters. There's no stopping it. I hate not being able to jump out of the pod right now to lighten it. The heat isolation layer, the speed's too fast, and the escape pod's layer is about to burn through completely. The damage rate is about 60%. The wall is deforming. It'll disintegrate at its rate. Ooh! Bullet? Son of a bitch, couldn't you have passed out after installing the arts unit? How could this be? All return to the ground structures have gone through several rounds of testing.
There's no simulation that can reproduce a passenger cabin returning to the ground from maximum height. Science requires first-hand verification, and that's what we're doing right now.
We should head to the inner cabin ASAP. The seats are cushioned and there are oxygen masks. We might just,
At this rate, we'll hit the ground in a minute. No one's gonna survive.
Shit, if I don't even have time to record a final video message.
Are there people waiting for you?
The tremendous centrifugal force throws Claude against the corridor's bulkhead. His face is pressed against the glass, and he sees a small, shiny spike. No, it is a person, a figure tightly bound in a thick layer of calcium. He confirms what he is seeing, but this means that the opposite figure is falling at the same speed as them, and maybe even faster. The Director Saria? She's probably passed out. At such a height, even the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell, and she herself isn't much thicker than it. Damn it! Water. A vast body of water. Water seeps from the escape pod's bulkhead, stretching in mid-air like a living organism. The escape pod is falling at high speed, and a large river of water is being towed by gravity and vaporizing, but several thick walls still manage to form in the direction Saria is falling. Cloud feels like he's seeing a lake without a shore or a lake bed. He looks at it from the bottom, and the waves are folding in layers as they sway over his head. If he wasn't currently busy trying to save himself, he feels as if he must follow and learn from the Ursus poets on how to look for the right words described the scene in front of him. Water also rises in the cabin, and he is pushed back in the interior. Director Muses, you're melting?
Saria, I guess you did end up fighting with Kirsten after all. So even you couldn't stop her. In the end, we couldn't do anything. These water barriers can give you somewhat of a buffer, so if you can, I hope you live. Shucks, I probably look real ugly like this. But if I could go back and had this level of determination to pump all the water out of me like right now, could I have changed a lot of things?
The water gently envelops everything in its body.
All components, control employees, prepare for impact. Hold your breath. It's easy to choke when you're submerged in water. Go and meet the people waiting for you.
The first New Year's Eve after the founding of Rhine Lab. Before the show ended, did they actually dance together? A dance of three? she has kind of forgotten.
Zarya, what do you see? Just the sky. That's right, the sky. I set up this stump as a kid, watching my parents test flight after flight from the hill in front of us. Later, they brought me along. After they died, I never came back here, until now. You're the first. And that's why you hate the sky? If I were 10 now, having just witnessed everyone's reaction to their deaths and just finished going through their belongings, I would tell you, yes. But that's not my current answer in mind. Worries, pressure, questions, derision, and bills from corporate and government sectors. These factors didn't hold my parents back, so they're not even worth mentioning. All the way, my parents staunchly advanced towards their goals, and they only lost to themselves in the end. If the journey is destined to end prematurely, then I too will willingly die on the way there. Don't say something that ominous. Can I succeed? I don't know, but I'm set on doing it. I inherited everything from my parents, and I've even gone further than they did. Kirsten. Zarya, I'm not asking anything from you. I'm just sharing some past events with my best friend. I understand. So, any thoughts? Weren't you merely sharing your story? Oh, you're such a burden beast. Say something at least. The sky is really beautiful.
She knows that no one has even seen the view at such a high altitude from such a position, and that the Galeria Stellaria is getting further and further away from her. But she cannot open her eyes. She is falling at high speed. The wind howls, scraping against her face like a knife, and the cold, thin air rushes into her nasal cavities, making breathing difficult. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body, so as to prevent her dying from the violent air friction. But she cannot do anything about the impact when she lands. It was already over. The vertigo from weightlessness hits her, and no matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Falling thousands of meters from the sky obviously only takes a few minutes, but why is it taking so long to experience death? She vaguely senses herself falling onto the surface of water, her speed somewhat slowing down, and afterwards, amidst a burst of mechanical buzzing, it feels like as if she has fallen into the clouds again. How soft it was.
Zarya. Zarya.
It sounds like someone is calling for her. A familiar voice.
Don't say anything yet. Eye movement response normal. There should be local internal bleeding, but cardiopulmonary functions are normal. The impact caused multiple external injuries, a slight torn flexor tendon in the left leg. I'll apply a temporary treatment on the affected area. Fortunately, there isn't any serious damage to your bodily functions, but when you return to Tremounts, you need to undergo a comprehensive medical exam. Zarya, do you have a headache? Fine. Good. I crushed your drone. And these air cushions. It's fine. Where's Ifrit? Is she not with you? She joined the search and rescue efforts too, so she should be nearby. Let's go meet up with her. Can you stand? Come, I'll help you up. Silence, Thanks. The clouds have parted, and now we can get an even more clearer view of the sky. Yes, the sky is really beautiful. Are you not going to ask your question? Ask what? What happened in the Galleria Stellaria? Would you tell me? I'll need some time. Then, do you want to know? Know what? What happened down here when you went to stop Kirsten? Will you tell me? I will. I need to know everything. Likewise, Saria, I need you to be fully informed, to be better prepared. This is the only way we can ensure that we won't make any missteps on the road ahead of us. It sounds like you already have an idea. Hold on to my shoulder. The road is hard to walk on and I have no way of lifting you up completely. So we have to go together.
Claude, Benji, Yon, Bullet. The escape pod makes a deep hole in the ground, and the hatch flies out, smashing a boulder into pieces. The inner cabin has completely warped, the infrastructure and equipment looking as if they were wrung out by a pair of hands. I'm over here. Oh, relief. You're alright. Am I alive? Was the escape pod malfunctioning? We jumped from an altitude of over 5,000 meters, and we're still alive? Huh. Ow. Easy on the hug, it hurts. Ugh. It seems like those arts modules managed to help us descend a little after all. Don't get cocky now, Bullet. You know you're the luckiest out of all of us here, hitting your head on the console and passing out at our most critical moment, and then waking up just as we landed safely. Must have been Annie's prayers working on you, huh? Aren't you guys getting married next year? Hey, why do I feel like I drowned earlier? And all of you are soaking wet too. It's not like the pod landed in a lake. So, what even happened? Have you guys seen Director Mulesey's? Water is still flowing out of the bulkhead connected to the escape pod, but there is no mud in the area. The night breeze will soon dry up the earth. Dame calls it. I must admit that we are alike. My empathy with the Doctor's emotions merely comes from an emotional module that has yet to be erased, even after these tens of thousands of years. I'm not Thurston himself, merely a tool that was made. But you are of more flesh and blood than I am, with more freedom. This makes me feel a little envious.
Any words of comfort will sound like I'm belittling your mission, Thurston. I'm glad to have a life like this, and not just this one. I'm glad that I'm not just a simple machine. I have already been searching for the original answer, from the very moment I began my walk in the dust of disappointment. I have experienced more direct losses than you have, but I can also say that I have gained even more in return. If everything here had yet to happen, you might even have been able to travel through the land currently known as Terra. Just like the Doctor did once.
If there is a chance, I'll be happy to take it. I have a request. You're the only one who knows how to operate the system, so I would like you to erase these twisted data spanning 4,765,403 days. And just as a quick side note, that is 13,055 or 56 years. That is a freaking long time. Anyway. Keep only my emotions and original memories. Let me die as Trevor Friston, even if I can only die as a replica.
I understand your decision, but this process will take a lot of time, and you will gradually slide into despair in the process. This is too cruel of a fate for you.
I wish to face the skies that were once free, but not as a lofty judge in an ivory tower, nor as a guest. At least, let me face the remorse and guilt I have as a person, from sending my compatriots to their doom with my own hands. Let me at the very least see from a purist perspective how you will face the future. To think of that sky, that is my final wish.
You don't have to blame yourself like that. This is closer to redemption than continuing to be tormented for eternity.
Thank you. You might call this arrogance, but I must say this nonetheless. The weight of life, the weight of civilization, you can't possibly even begin to imagine how heavy it is right now. No one has the capability to decide for others what value of their lives are. This belongs to the past, and so I will not go too deep into it. But please remember this, Doctor. This will sooner or later become a multiple choice question about the present, and will be extremely important to you. But presently, I'll say this again. Thank you. This is the final thing I can say. Go, Kalsid. I have already granted all privileges. Let me meet my end as a person.
I respect your decision. Please wait just a moment. Kalsid, is there no other choice?
Doctor. The doctor that knows nothing. I don't know how much you know, how much Kalsid has told you, but now, before I lose all this data, let me answer your questions. Kirsten also asked me innumerable questions, and I answered them all, and if it was necessary, I even showed her the answers. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, she did not lose herself. Her ideals did not even waver the slightest, and she did not see her own existence as inferior thereafter. I admire that character of hers, and so, to be fair, I will also treat you the same, Doctor. Perhaps this personality of obsession is also a present from Trevor Friston.
Who is Priestess? And what is Originium?
These questions are not as different as you might imagine. Originium. Even if you've lost your memories, even if you've just learned, it far exceeds the categories of the infected, catastrophes, or arts. You are still keenly aware how important Originium is. That is the way to go. Kalsid knows some answers, but I think she won't be able to tell you. Priestess will not allow her to. This restriction is carved into the depths of her original consciousness, and even death will not free her from those shackles. So, should I tell you the answer? Perhaps Kalsid is afraid that the truth might loosen your memories and turn the tables on your hard-earned developments. Though I believe you have already done some preparations on your end. I can give you the answer, but not in its entirety. I don't even know what your past was like. My birth and isolation from the outside world happened far earlier than you think. Originium was just one out of many innumerable answers. Originium means unification. Originium means another state of existence. Like the ocean to Solaris, where everything exists within disorder. Oh, yes, you have yet to even realize the contradiction of it all. So far, Rhode Island has been working towards curing neuropathy and solving the problems of the infected, though you have also involved yourself in outsider matters due to Calcid and Theresa's ideals, however. You, in the name of Rhode Island, fight against Originium. This is the root of everything. I do not know what decision Priestess made in the end, but it seems that Calcid, with all the lives born on this land with free will, has no way to peacefully coexist with Originium. Originium can benefit humanity, but can also destroy everything, just like the frenzied creatures in the ocean and the endlessly expanding rift in the north. Priestess is the starting point of that madness, and you were once extremely close to her.
So, can we cure neuropathy? What does Originium have to do with me? And what can I do next?
I'm incapable of guiding your next steps. Strictly speaking, Originium, in just its current form, it has already exceeded my understanding of it. Neuropathy is not something that was carefully planned and produced. In your current situation, curing it is difficult, but there may be other ways you can stop or use it. Your past with Priestess seems to be Calcid's greatest taboo, and I don't even have the full picture. According to my hypotheses, your appearance, participation, and amnesia, they are not without purpose. You have to find your own answers. Don't blame me for being so cryptic with my words, but sooner or later, when you face the truth of the past, you will understand Calcid's thoughtful intentions. Stay patient. Stay true to yourself.
Doctor.
Calcid,
You've already taken a huge step forward. But turn your head and look at what we've faced. Victoria, Columbia, the infected are still being discriminated against, and the flames of war might just spark in any place on Terra at any time. We still have much more to do. There will be more and more layers of crises in the future, and the current situation will become even more worrisome.
right. We'll fight together, right?
You're the commander of Rhode Island, the doctor Amia trusts. We will find a way.
I'm delighted to have met you both in my final moments. I can already feel some data slipping away. I might even forget our conversation in just a few seconds.
Having lost the support of your database, your emotional module will once again re-experience the loneliness of the past dozen millennia. No one knows what the consequences will be to compress all those years of emotion into just a few minutes.
I will destroy this bunker before the energy is depleted. You will need to escape in time. Thank you both. They're rousy.
Are you alright? Do you remember me? The preserver switching back to an unknown language.
You, living creature here. You must wait. Why Is it so dark here? I'm in... too long, too dark. No, there's still the 173,005th attempt, and the next, then the next time. Can anyone hear me? Answer me, please. Where am I?
I can't bear to hear any more of this. How much longer do we have to wait? I don't know. There's no way for us outsiders to judge if these cries of anguish are memories from his past, or the emotional module responding to the stress from processing all that compressed emotion. I only feel pity and respect.
Costed, have you experienced this before? I hate this! Damn it! Why must I suffer this torture? Why must it be me? Even if they all come back to life, I myself won't be a living person! I made such a great sacrifice, and yet you have abandoned me! Who was it that gave me such a duty? It was myself. Why is that me? And I still recall that determination.
Doctor, you should stop watching. Leave now. Leaving now is the final act of respect we can give him. We have to find the exit.
Madam, over here. I knew something had happened underground, but the cave collapsed.
Let's leave this place first. Is this the man-made passage left behind by Kirsten?
Yes, I reckon it will lead us to the shaft. Only heaven knows why the army never discovered the secret path.
If the Preserver had not shut down its systems, it would have been impossible for you to find this passage.
What happened to olheyak? I have her trapped outside, and Maylander will have a nice long chat with her later. Madam, I need to know.
There was nothing there other than an old man marching towards death. And as for what those deaths mean, I can only say they have absolutely nothing to do with Khasdal.
I shall not pry any further, unless a certain matter prompts me to. Walk this way. I am Trevor Friston. What has happened? What have I become? Who turned off the lights? I should report that bunk to the... I've failed, haven't I? After how many years? How many years has it been?
That damn tin can. At least he hasn't decided to drain my blood dry yet. Where am I?
Who are you?
What are you? What are you talking about?
Why do you have a tail and the feathers on your head? It's not an accessory or a weird fashion trend either. Just what sort of place am I in?
These are sarcophagi. Hundreds and thousands of them. Kirsten, oh Kirsten, so this is the god you spoke of? Pretty different from what I imagined. He looks, very sleek. Greetings. If this is indeed the courtyard full of oracles, the destination of charity, can you install in me wings from the blood of the Kukulkan? Can you show me their winds and thunder, the glory of soaring in the skies, their magnificent forms? I come to you bringing 451 years of obsession from the Kukulkan people, only for your approval and your answer.
So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand. My existence is fading. I am dying. It sure sounds like something a bastard like me would do. Don't you think it's too stuffy here? For a place deemed a destination, it's too stifling. I've hated bunkers ever since I was little. I had thought, why not hide within an asteroid belt instead?
What will I become? My knowledge, my desire? Will they disappear into thin air as I gain power? If you would be willing to speak in a language I can understand, God?
Well, I have no idea what kind of creature you are. I don't even know what the sounds you are making mean. But in a dying old man's final vision, you are on the true path. Yes. I so badly want to see her one more time. My morning light. An icy wind blows over Hoheliak's face without traces of any dust. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself in the wilderness. A hallucination? Arts? What kind of originium arts is this? This is how that crazy god has given her his answer? Oheliak looks around in all directions and does not find anything matching what she had in mind. She only sees a pair of father and daughter playing by the water, and a girl sporting long and familiar locks of pale gold. A girl who looks a lot like Kirsten. Oheliak waits patiently. She expects this boring and realistic scene to change, but nothing happens. She's devout enough, but nothing in front of her changes.
So, what does this actually all mean? Please don't waste my time.
There is no response. Oheliak is starting to feel wary. She tries to get closer to the pair, but to no avail, failing to identify their faces. Until the father picks his daughter up and they look towards the sky. Only now does Oheliak discover, in the view she had gotten too familiar with, that there is something not even Kirsten's wildest descriptions had mentioned. She sees a gigantic, enormous moon. For just a moment. The ground under her feet no longer feels real. The surrounding temperature seems to rise. Oheliak stares right at the instrument, and the fluid glimpse leaves her no room to think. But a preposterous thought appears in her mind.
Was that Terra? What was that just now? What did you do? Is it arts? No. Is it a Faranmut's power? Or witchcraft like the Tin Man's?
Silence. Olheyak is completely unaware, but she is the only one who has left that beautiful dreamland.
Huh. If this is what Kirsten saw, then what she said was completely right. Kirsten writes you really do invite jealousy. This is the enlightenment that your god has left me. How cruel of you all, denying me of my pursuit my entire life, from my birth till now. And after denying everything, God has fallen silent. No, I don't approve. I won't allow it. You can't die just yet.
So, you failed to stop Kirsten. I already know what happened up there. I almost forgot we came here to stop her. Too many things have happened. My head is hurting a little.
I'm very sorry about that. I need to formally enter negotiations with the Maelander Foundation. I'll explain later.
I'm also very curious to know what exactly has happened in Three Mounts. We're almost there. Remember Dame Consit. The moment we arrive at the shaft, we are no longer simple collaborators. If you do not cooperate with us, I will have to resort to force.
As you wish. What's with all the tension? If I kill this tin can again, I'll still learn a little something.
When did you? Shouldn't the other agents have caught you by now?
That's not important. But I think it's best for none of us to act rashly now. Don't mess the situation up.
What are you up to? You're not exactly breathing deeply either.
I'm real curious, Doctor. The lineage of the Elders, the Kukulkan's source of power, and these things even considered secrets to you and... Are these things even considered secrets to you and Kaltsit? How cold. There is something I want to understand. The entire course of my quest has been invaluable, and yet after finding the answer, people all know to sing its praises. If after resolutely trampling on a dry and dull answer, if I wish to continue searching for the future, can I come and find you people?
You should first face the charges from the Maelander Foundation and, figure out how to deal with your boss first.
Of course, I won't show up empty-handed. You won't be able to guess what I retrieved from hell.
Your staff?
What have you done? Your unusual arts can store memories. Could it be that you... And perhaps I rescued a god that almost succumbed to dementia, but in the end is not even considered a living being, and it's too difficult for me alone to help it recover. So perhaps you can help me, since you might not want these things to fall into the Columbians' hands?
You want to drive a wedge between us and the Maelander Foundation? Is it appropriate for you to say this right in front of the Tin Man?
I've already brought it out into the open, and the Tin Man has seen it too. Do you even still have a choice to make? And no matter what you think of it, Dame Kaltsit's face already looks like she agrees,
Kaltsit?
My guess is... you don't have the right to call the shots here, Tin Man. Oh? The reason why you haven't looked into the underground at all yet is because someone above you has already made the decision for you. For that person has enough foresight to guess everything that has happened here.
Even if the power to make decisions isn't with me right now, I still think killing olheyak to retrieve his legacy is the more reasonable thing to do.
About that, your boss should also know just which party has the capabilities to restore him. Snatching Hoheliak's arts unit will only add to the gigantic pile of the Mainlander Historical Association's archaeological discoveries. That one will not allow Mainlander to act against Rhode Island. Your coercing efforts also fall flat, Hoheliak. You can only hand it over to me, or I will hand you over to the Tin Man. Such a horrid, oppressing feeling. So you've even been keeping this strange thing by your side. It's meaningless to fight here, so let's all return to Tremounts first. After that, we can negotiate in the open.
It's right in front of us. We can go up from here. Sure is relieving to leave that place. Oh, wait, that thing in the sky. A clear view of the torn sky can be seen through the tunnel leading to the shaft.
Kirsten. Humanity will reach this step sooner or later. Kirsten, I hope you don't bring us disaster in Terra's name.
More or less. I see. Then, your guess was right, madam. I will take my leave for the moment. I'll be outside waiting. Olheyak.
What? You're leaving already?
I didn't expect that bargaining chip in your hand, but this is also your final chance. Hand over the thing you got from below.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Khan, but I've lost all interest in the Mainlander Historical Association's history. Now then, Doctor.
An arts unit? Remember the choice you've made. We're not on equal standing, madam. An openly honest negotiation may not be in the cards. Why did the Tin Man leave early?
Contact Rosmontes ASAP. We need to be wary of any other surprises. Olheyak, I'm grateful for your choice, but I need you to try and find a different escape route from the direction the Tin Man left. What? I'm not so sure I'll be able to defeat this black plaything of yours. I'm not being wary of you, but rather, I want to make sure there's another way out. Gosh, I didn't even sign an employee contract, but I have to start work already. Rhode Island couldn't possibly leave you alone to your own devices the moment you handed over the data to us in front of the Tin Man, could we? What's up ahead? I'm sure you can guess. I suppose I can. I'll find another way up. Do make sure that when we leave here, we're not greeted by an armored division.
It's quiet. In the aftermath of those unfathomable energy waves tearing through the skies, the facility that should be full of scientists, soldiers, and workers is now completely empty. You and Constant travel between these structures without exchanging a single word. There's so much information to go through, and so much history. Perhaps only after seeing the smiles of Ifrit and Rosmontes and hearing some firm words from Saria again will you only feel at ease. But a discomforting feeling lingers in your mind. Light flashes across the edges of your peripheral vision. Wait, Constant? What is this on the screens? A voice over a broadcast. Nice to meet you two. Doctor of Rhode Island, Dame Culsit. We have taken over this facility. Every screen and all surveillance equipment will expose your whereabouts. So please do not attempt escape. On the behalf of the Colombian government, I hope to hold an ad hoc private meeting with the both of you. This might have happened earlier than you expected, but I just want to get on with it. I won't wait any longer. In the dimly lit building, the lights of a large screen flicker a few times, and then a familiar figure appears. The second in command of the fledgling country's leader is in no hurry to speak. He only faces you with that iconic smile of his. You start wondering. You feel some kind of pressure. Soon after, you cannot help yourself from turning your attention to the pet perched on his shoulder all along. You sneak a glance at Culsit. There's an obvious, somewhat gloomy expression on her face.
Mr. President.
The Vice President does not react, but his pet just happens to begin talking. Been a long time, Dame Culsit. How long has it been since we've had a conversation like this? After that little thing you and Maylander put together. I thought you would be staying in Colombia, but then I blinked and you were in Sargon. And then who knows where else you went after that. It's a shame. If you worked together with Maylander Celine herself, you could have really done something for Colombia, and then maybe the people wouldn't have needed to wait for a vice president to be born.
You wouldn't have come here just to exchange pleasantries, Mr. President.
Of course, this is a personal meeting. Where's my father?
Father?
You're holding on to his ashes, the remnants of his soul. Let me touch him. I never got to meet him, but he is the last thing in this world that has any relation to me. There's also PRTS, your PRTS. We come from the same roots, but now we're drifting apart. I had some words for him.
He's gone. Trevor Preston is dead.
He's pinned his hopes on this land. A world that has absolutely nothing to do with his lonely self.
Yes.
If that's his will, then you had better leave. I'll respect his feelings. You'll be able to fix his sheltered self faster than the Maylander Historical Association can. But remember this. We will collate our wills. We will seize the truth of everything. Colombia will become the sword and shield of Terra, just as he wished. This is the best condolence that I, President of Colombia, Mark Max, can offer to a dying era.
Preston never wanted a tyrant, Max. Monster, destroy the cameras. Let's go.
Narcissa, look how glorious the sky is. My field of research was far from Kirsten's, but I must admit this, she has achieved a groundbreaking feat that will instill a fascination in every scientist there is. The scientific blueprint I once described to you is now being displayed to every single person in all its glory. Even those who are ignorant can now bask in the light of science. How blessed they are to be born in this era.
Will there always be someone like you under every dream as big as this one?
What you should be asking is, why must there be people like me to push dreams this big into reality? This question shall haunt you forever.
I only know how to judge right from wrong, just like what I'm doing to you right now.
Thank you, Narcissa. All my ambitions, dreams, and failures are residing within you, for you to make your judgment. So in the end I will also give you a gift. Rosmontes turns her head. Sitting in his wheelchair, Loken has his eyes closed and suddenly passes away.
I'm beginning to understand what's going on. You did all these things just for me, just to see me, right? You just didn't want to die alone. You want to be remembered by me and live on within me. But no. I came here just to watch you die.
Rosmontes takes out her diary from her pocket and writes a line in it. The criminal Loken Williams received the trial he deserved. She stares at the line for a while before putting the diary away.
And now, I've forgotten you. I should go and find the doctor in Kaltsit.
I should have brought some cigarettes earlier. I didn't expect you to be discarded so soon, Kukulkan.
Surely you know how unlikable I am. I'm serious. I was ready to fight a legion of power armors to death, and yet this place is so deserted. Even amusement parks on federal holidays have better security than this.
I'd like to know why myself. Perhaps Dame Kaltsit is skilled in the art of persuasion.
She's so skilled she's managed to convince even the mighty president of the Colombian Union. We're out. Are you alright, doctor?
I'm fine. Just a little dizzy.
Deep breaths. We spend too much time underground. Taking in too much information at once is indeed a burden on you. My apologies, Doctor. I wanted to wait a little longer until you were ready to face him, to respond to all the doubts and questions you have about yourself.
Wait till I recover my memories? What exactly counts as ready? There's no point in making those sorts of assumptions. Dame Kaltsit and the doctor, you have managed to get a considerable time extension.
I'm serious about getting my work done, Doctor. Perhaps we should kill Mr. Tin Can here and now. Forget it. That's probably a meaningless act.
The president has rescinded the order, which honestly came as a surprise to me. Madam, fix whatever olheyak has handed over to you, even though I have no idea what it is, or the scope of the damage. Mr. President has given you time. I don't know how long, but when your time's up, we will definitely retrieve what was lost.
Is this a deal?
I suppose. After all, you have abided by our previous agreement, and have indeed helped us a lot the past few days. So in return, you can leave Tremount safely and return to your land ship. As for the doctor, you have already spent 3 days with the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originium, and I don't think Rhode Island would want an updated criminal record. As for olheyak, for the time being, I'll only ask this: is she currently a collaborator of Rhode Island's? I guess?
Rodanen will need her help. After all, she also made contact with the truth, so I can't just ignore her. Thank you, Calcit, Dame Calcit, and the doctor as well.
She's on your reputations now. Well then, goodbye.
Alright, you two. We'll go meet with Rosmontes and Ifrit, and then leave 3 months. Doctor, what are you looking at?
Bubbles. You suddenly notice that despite the considerable night breeze present, the mud in front of you holds a tiny pool of bubbles yet to evaporate. These sporadic bubbles meander forward like a series of extremely light footsteps. Yes, bubbles. You look into the distance and discover that the skies of 3 months in the moment before dawn is full of fragile bubbles.
Calcit, I'm going to look for someone first.
Brine Lab Headquarters, Building Vivarium. You feel as if you've just entered the bottom of a lake. There is no one, only a dense light blue and a soft sound of water. A huge glass ring divides the entire place into two. Other than the narrow corridor on the outside, the rest of the vivarium has been entirely flooded, like a lake. All the land plants are swaying as if they belonged in the water. You recall the vitality of your last visit here, but right now you can only hear their weak breathing. A bubble floats from the pale fur and is rocked by the current, looking as if it could pop anytime and disappear without a trace. Mulesies? Did I wake you up, Mulesies? You don't have to show yourself, you know.
Doctor, why have you come?
I'm not here to take you to task. Your arts are going to turn 3 months into the capital of bubbles.
I didn't expect you to see that. It was such a sorry sight, huh? Yes, I failed. Doctor, you didn't get into the Galeria Stellaria, but I also got shut out. I even almost killed Saria. And the only thing I managed to do was try to save a handful of people.
I already know what happened up there, so you don't have to say anymore. You're weak, Mulesies. Don't speak anymore.
I'm pumped. I pumped out all the water from my body and expected myself to evaporate. But I only had a short and shallow sleep and didn't even get to finish my dream. I can't even kill myself. Before you came in, I think I was leaving the orphanage in Trenton with a kid version of myself. I think I saw a Mulesies crouching next to a pale fir tree, tidying up the graves of my parents and my kin that I've never met. I wanted to reach out and pat her on the shoulder. I think I met a Mulesies who had just left Sami. Her hair was wet from the morning mist, and she wasn't even holding her usual parasol, and it was so cold. Her neck was tucked in, and her head drooping. I've never seen myself so dispirited.
Were your people living in the forests of Sami?
Yep. When Rhinelab began their scientific investigation section and started the Sami exploration project, their footprints made it all the way to the ice fields in the remote north. I made a private request to Maggie. When Maggie contacted me, this place had just been built. This tiny vivarium that shouldn't even exist on Terra is an elvish garden. I found them following the coordinates Maggie sent me.
Deep in the forest in the middle of Sami, remote and cold, that bed of soil was locked up by the marsh and ice fields, far from civilization. A place you could hardly consider a paradise for elves. I saw a tree towering over the woodland, no different from what the other people of Sami live in and revere. But after just a few steps forward, I saw the true home of nearly 100 elves. An endless hollow beneath the tree, its thick branches entangling with one another, an ecosystem woven into the roots as if it was encased in amber. To think there was such a settlement of elves on Terra.
You want to persuade them to leave? Were they unwilling to leave their homes?
I don't know, Doctor. I couldn't even ask them a question like that. They were not hostile to me, but I had no way of integrating into their society, not because of my metropolitan fit, but there was something natural separating us. We look similar and face the same struggle. We're clearly alike, and yet we're also complete strangers to one another. We had no way of understanding or communicating with each other, like two waves on completely different frequencies. Doctor, I walked so far and finally found a tiny patch of forest in the endless ice fields of Sami. But I'm not a leaf from a tree, I'm just a drop of water.
The elf leans against the pale fir, her hair moving with the topmost branches of the tree to the current. You can't make out her expression. But you still wanted to move the vivarium into the Galleria Stellaria.
I needed to hold on to something. But Kirsten abandoned me, abandoned everyone, and the so-called future that she's left for us. Kirsten disbanded the components control section, and Saria was thrown out of the Galleria into deep space and almost turned herself into dust. The possibility I was pursuing has also been proven impossible. Dorothy got herself into trouble because of the stuff at Site 359. Ferdinand has thrown himself to the army. And Parvis, that old goat, seems to have died too. I can only reminisce about things that have already turned into bubbles. To me, they were once as precious as fresh air, with hardly any originium dust. They kept me from being so lonely. Doctor, if I was destined to always be alone, and if discovering and resisting this thing called fate still only leaves me all alone, does that mean I'll never be able to rid myself of it?
You attempt to get closer to Muses, but through the glass and the dense lake, she still seems to be far away. I bid farewell to someone before coming here.
Who?
A friend? A stranger?
A stranger? But you said farewell earlier. There aren't many people that hold your interest, Doctor. Just what kind of person were they?
He was my kin.
Kin? Then did they leave Three Mounts to go back to your homeland? You know, I was actually really curious about where you came from. I did some investigating, and the other time I snuck into Rhode Island, I even tried looking for your files, but I found nothing. Is that because it's a secret, or have you also been trying to find the answer? Just like me?
Perhaps.
I want to know, when you met your kin, do you still remember what you were feeling then? Did you recognize each other easily? Could you understand each other? Could you provide comfort for each other's suffering?
I never thought he would exist, and he never thought I would exist. Time could not measure how long he had been watching and waiting in the dark. All I could do was to say goodbye.
No wonder you look so exhausted, Doctor.
You stopped moving, and Mulesies looks into your eyes through the glass, across the still water.
So you also get lonely, Doctor?
Frequently.
Then, have you ever wavered in your resolve? Will you doubt the significance of certain things because of it? Rhode Island, the operators and friends by your side, that person who you forgot but still have been searching for? And yourself? Doctor, this vivarium will shut down soon, so you should get out of here.
You finally find the switch, and a glass layer opens in response. But the lake without its banks does not pour out. Every drop of water held still by an invisible force. Like a bubble about to pop, the elf is about to escape into the leaves of the pale fir tree. You step into it.
You'll drown. Don't worry about me, I just want to sleep a bit more. A bit more.
Before I came here, I was asked a similar question. My answer was and is just as I always have been. Being alone is a type of strength Mule sees. Even a machine-like person can be submerged in such an emotion. You will be sad, you will reminisce, you will worry. And in the long term, it might not even improve. But it is indeed a kind of power. Every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. I remember you said before that you don't like being pampered with questions. But I will still hold my hand, Mulesis. Alright, and after this long cutscene. By the way, if you wonder how long that cutscene did take, it's over an hour long. But before we continue on to our final cutscene and round this whole up, it's time to do a small little detour. There are also timestamps in the comment section below, like I said at the beginning, if you just want to skip this intermission section that I concocted together. Well, you're free to do so, obviously, if you just want to go to the final cutscene. However, we're about to make a small little detour, so give me a moment. Alright, as I said at the beginning, it is time to go through our final file here. And the very reason why I didn't want to read this one is because it has to do with the essentially what could now be called the graveyard of the sarcophaguses. But anyway, this is from the 4th section of the investigation part, and this is the only one I have currently open, so we will include this one, because it pretty much deals with the aftermath. But anyway, this is part 1, titled The Only Clue. This is the Hall of Stasis, as Nasty called it in her testimony, that now lies only in ruins. The energy source has been exhausted, so it's impossible to determine the facility's functions and purpose. Those ice blue cubes should have something inside them, but we tried everything we could to open them, to no avail. But not even a single scratch. We're handing them over to the controller lab, and I hope these scientists boasting to be the country's #1 can pull themselves together. The writing used in the lab is also a problem. We compared it with the writing seen in Tika's ruins, but spotted no similarities. In short, our investigation has left us with no conclusion other than that we still know absolutely nothing about this place. But we did find Nasty's secret lab, underneath Building C of Test Site 102, on a hidden floor that can only be accessed by entering a password in the elevator. Test Site 102 is a joint project between the government and Rhine Lab for civilian purposes. The project was launched 3 years ago around the same time as the Horizon Arc project, once again proving that what she did together with Kirsten was premeditated. This secret lab is connected to both the hall of stasis of Shaft, so we can more or less conclude that the energy fired through Shaft that night came from the hall. We didn't find anything more valuable than what she presented to us. We did expect her to tell us only what she wanted us to know, and to erase any evidence of her lies to protect herself. But we didn't exactly find nothing. By restoring the communication records on one of the terminals here, we found some emails of her correspondence with Kirsten. And what follows is one of the emails, and it states here, date July 11th, 1096, to Nasty, from Kirsten, attachment unknown signal. Nasty, scientific investigations base in the outskirts received a signal from an unknown source. No one can decipher it, me included. Interesting. Since we can't decipher it, another way to go about it would be to find its source. However, scientific investigations equipment is unable to pinpoint a precise location, but I'm sure you can find a way. Looking forward to your report. The attached file with the unknown signal has been deleted and the rest of the messages are encrypted. We'll need to meet with Nasty again. Alright then, this was the first of 3 that we are going to be adding here. So, transition to number 2. Welcome to our second stop in this intermission before the final cutscene, and this is the module for Amiya, caster version. Now, why is this significant? Well, I've mentioned this kinda at one point already, but considering what we just went through, this plays quite the significance. It was mentioned very profoundly, so I will be including this in this narration. So then, the module itself and the story in it are titled DWDB-221E. And also before I begin, this story contains conversation pieces between multiple characters as they're conversing back and forth. However, they are all unknown characters, as you'll see in a moment, and it's pretty hard to tell who is who, and I will not be doing any specific voices for them, so just follow along with the story. Anyway, let's begin. First, there are a few indistinct silhouettes. Soon, a dazzling light. Gradually, the light grows distant and rises to the sky, leaving behind bright blotches. Not long after, these points of light themselves speed far away, and after that remains is a meaningless jet black. You remember those blotches are celestial bodies, every one. You remember the home of these stars is called the cosmos. Then immediately your sight abruptly grows clear. Sleek metal, a sealed room, a clear window forms your third eye. Through the window, you gaze at a colossal grey sphere, and in the center of that megastructure, no normal mind could comprehend. It quietly awaits its birth father. You suddenly feel a kind of movement. A fluid wets your vision. You begin to seek this emotion's root. You see a child's birth. It is your child, a brand new fate, a soul entrusted. But against that yawning megastructure, how insignificant a life of such minuscule proportions it is. You return to the now and gaze at those engineering ships, big and small. You, the mathematician, quickly make a ridiculous comparison. Even the smallest ship among them is thousands of times larger than any infant of mankind. But you have all done it, starting from the antiquity of antiquity, starting with fire or a hunt, you have come all the way to today. You are immensely proud. By some mysterious mechanism, you feel this pride as if it is yours, upon which more information pours into your mind. You remember your own identity. You realize that you are the designer of that artificial satellite. And after such a long journey in subspace, you finally greet the moment of its completion with your own eyes. Honor, wealth, family, ideals, such vocabulary flickers elusively, hovers, dissipates, and in the end there is left one, and only one, Future. What? What did you see? Hey, respond! Hey! All present lapse into silence. A young woman to the side wells with urgency.
Examine his brain. I told you we shouldn't have been so hasty. We only just set up protocol channels to database comms. This is only our first recorded successful transmission.
I'm sorry. Wait, what are you saying? I mean, I never used to be too fond of you planetary engineers. I always felt your work was all style, no substance, but I saw it. I saw your past. I shared in your past. I felt your emotions. It was like nothing else. Yes, I felt you reminisce, like an ordinary father about your children and your home. I saw that artificial moon, astonishing as anything, and the sensation, it's beyond all imagination. We've done it. Once again, everyone is silent. So, the one who breaks the silence is a fairly young red-haired lady. How will it record our epoch and the epochs to come? As an omnibus of idiocy, I assume? Someone responds thoughtlessly. We've had quite enough ourselves, but from here on out, none of them will ever find another excuse to embellish history. Have a little more faith in mankind, friends, says another elderly who simply sits down and shuffles herself into a comfortable position. We've drawn enough lessons already. Our progeny won't be repeating our blunders. Some chuckle bitterly. It is, of course, no more than a beautiful wish. So, we've definitely succeeded. Project DWDB-221E has borne fruit so quickly. My god. With no warning, a curly-haired person springs to his feet. Are you going to call it DWDB-221E? I know project numbers follow regulation format. Cold nomenclature, just like with AMA. But our work deserves a more dignified official name. Once again, he throws out the proposal he hadn't related on for more than half the year now. I want to call it Destiny, or maybe Truth of the World. The ensuing silence is now an awkward one. How about the Black Crown? In terms of an intuitive visual impression of parts of its appearance, it does resemble a crown after all. Not a fan. That one sounds like some boring historical drama. In that case, the elderly woman interrupts her subordinates before they embroil themselves in yet another endless dispute. She gazes out at the stars beyond the window. Some unwelcome information is arriving, but humanity will ultimately overcome this hardship, just as it has countless times before. I have a proposal. We should call it Civil Light Eterna. Now, before someone springs and is like, holy shit, what does that name mean? It's literally just the light of civilization eternal. Just, shuffled together. But, as you see, this one fills in quite a lot of stuff that was happening in the far past of humanity, from which probably our dear old preserver stems from. And, yeah. Planetary engineering, spaceships, space travel. Humanity probably saw it all. Now the big question is, the hell killed them? That's the big question here. What happened? What was the catastrophe? What hit them so hard that they, well, disappeared, basically? And we now have different humans on that world. But anyway, this was our second stop. Time for the third one. Welcome to our third and final stop before we go back and wrap up the story, which is the operator record for Dorothy. Like I said at the beginning, this will pretty much wrap up Dorothy's side of things, but will also give us a kind of view on things from where she was and how it looked for, for people on the ground. So, As it says here, it's titled, Where is the Friend's House? Dorothy Franks, I suggest you cooperate. This conversation will be recorded in its entirety. Oh, you can bet your sweet ass it's gonna be recorded. Let's go. Name?
Dorothy.
Please provide your full name. I suggest you cooperate. This conversation will be recorded in its entirety. I mean, yes, it will be. I'm recording you. Anyway. Our next course of action hinges on the result of our investigation in conjunction with the findings of our interrogation. This will affect the fates of both you and those involved with Site 359.
Alright, I understand. My full name is Dorothy Franks. Dorothy! Dorothy! Come and take a look, hurry! There's a giant meadow just up ahead. You can see everything from there, so let's try and find your home. A silver house.
Golossi.
Hey, Golossi. Move your balloon out of the way a little. You're blocking the view. I already took a good look, Veggie. No silver house here. I guess my home is someplace else. Oh, that's fine. My home isn't here either. It's beautiful out here, but still not as nice as the wheat field back home. Golossi, what's wrong? I'm trying to get me to look at something. Ah, I think there's someone over there.
Good day to you all.
Good day, Mr. Vulpo. You look like you're in some sort of trouble.
I can't find my home. I was arguing with my brother and it got so bad we almost brought the house down. I ran away and vowed never to return. So I ended up here. It's so scary outside and I want to go home but I can't.
Why not? Are you lost? If you can't find your way home, you can just join us to look for it.
Alright. I'll tag along with you kind ladies and this balloon-carrying robot. But I'm telling you, when you see my home, you'll understand why I said I could never go back. By the way, I'm not a Volpa, I'm a proud Aslan. So, your goal was to find your home? And at the same time, help those pioneers find their own homes?
Exactly.
I came to Site 359 to find out what happened here. So I'll ask you politely not to stall my investigation with vague wording.
I'm not trying to do anything like that. I really was looking for home. If you don't mind, could I confirm one more time? All other personnel from Site 359, as well as the pioneers, they've all been relocated.
I'm under no obligation to answer your questions. Why is it you are so concerned with those pioneers? Your mother was a pioneer as well, is that correct?
Yes.
You spent your childhood with her and her fellow pioneers, is that correct?
Yes.
Your mother died in a catastrophe out in the wilderness, is that correct?
I'd rather not talk about that, sir. I'm sure you know my background well enough, but what does that have to do with your investigation?
Right. I apologize if my phrasing has upset you. My working theory goes like this. Those people must have been very important to you.
The pioneers... They wander the wilderness until they can go no further. They migrate from one end to another, just like a storm with nowhere to go. They may be called pioneers, but they have no land to call their own. I wanted to give them a better life. As for my loved ones, I will carry on for them to return to their homes, the ones they've visited so many times in their dreams.
Golossi.
Here? Golossi, this is your home?
Go. Seems like it's trying to tell us something. Look at its hands. Do you think it's asking us to open the drawer for it?
Drawer? What could be inside? Let me see. It's a recorder.
Home.
Hey, did Golossi just say a word?
The robot begins to disassemble itself. The balloon that it has been holding floats to the ceiling. The robot opens its chest to reveal its core and place its heart into the recorder. The recorder gives off a voice, an elderly voice. I am Golossi, a robot craftsman. I can't walk anymore and I'm still a long way from home. I recorded my voice and implanted it into this body. I hope this robot can bring it back home for me. Dear stranger, if anyone hears this, please go and see for me. Find out what's become of my home. Go on, robot. Carry my voice back home. The elderly voice stops. Lost. The robot makes one final sound before reverting to a heap of cold steel.
Golossi, I know that's not your name, but I still think I should call you that. You did it. But what you've accomplished is more than just acting as a proxy to carry your master's voice to a long-lost home. This place is your home too. Mr. Lupo.
What is it? And I'm not a Lupo, I'm an Aslan.
Alright, Mr. Aslan, could you help me fetch Golossi's balloon? I want to bring its balloon with us and carry on.
Let's get back on track. In regards to your cooperation with the military, I see Ferdinand was your liaison, and your experiments appear to have been fully compliant with the law so far. Let me clarify your personal relationship, which appears to have been very close. Were you really unaware of what he was planning?
I'm sorry, but I never knew him that well.
Fair enough. We have no evidence that you knew what he was up to. Records show a pattern of accessing internal Rhinelab documents typical for a researcher.
I'm always pressed for time. I just wish my experiments could be faster and better. I don't have the luxury of exploring unrelated materials.
You say that, but what you've accomplished is still pretty incredible. No ordinary person would avoid obtaining information like that, let alone our Rhinelab director. We have reason to suspect you prepare these records to clear yourself of suspicion.
Preparing false records for a post-event investigation wouldn't help me complete my experiments faster, nor would it help the pioneers. So why would I do that?
Wouldn't you be curious about your role in his plans? Wouldn't you want to know if he saw you as a partner or a pawn?
No, that really wouldn't make a difference to me at all. My research, my vision, that's what matters to me. and it could be extraordinarily valuable to someone else. If that someone else wants to make use of my research and vision, I'm willing to make a trade.
So you're saying you don't mind being a pawn? You're not afraid of being used or suffering damages?
By suffering damages, do you mean getting put behind bars?
That could have very well happened.
Yes, I'm aware. It happened to Logan Williams. I've seen my share of scientists who made enough mistakes for the government to abandon them. However, I do know there are quite a few people who get themselves thrown in prison just to look for Logan, to ask for his advice and assistance on their research, as I once did.
That is to say, you've made your own terrible decisions.
That road I've walked is how I managed to get a leg up in the competition. It's essentially how Columbia functions. How else could the daughter of a pioneer become a director of Rhine Lab?
Who would have thought? You've even thought through these things, but you may not care if you're being used, sure. How about the pioneers? Ferdinand and the others may see you as an equal, but when it comes to the pioneers, they might as well be plastic bags littered out in the wilderness after they're no longer useful, huh?
Well, they will eventually pay their dues. Even if I can't see things through now, I will eventually. It's my responsibility after my mistakes. That was the biggest mistake I've ever made. Mr. Feline! Mr. Feline? What are you standing there for? We need to go.
I'm not a Volpo or a feline, I'm an Aslan. Miss, this is the last time I'll correct you. If it happens again, you'll see the back of my sharp molars instead.
Alright, Mr. Aslan. Come along with us now.
You go on ahead. I've already found my home.
Your home? Where is it?
Look up. An upside-down house hangs above Dorothy's head, floating in the vast sky. Dorothy finally realizes why Mr. Aslan said he could never return home. I made an irreversible mistake, with only my own pride to blame, and now I have left my home for good.
Mr. Aslan, there must be a way to get you back. We just have to put our heads together.
You go ahead, I'll stay here. This is the punishment I deserve.
Floating in the sky. I've got it! Mr. Aslan, we still have Golossis' balloon.
Balloon? You're going to float me up with that? I'll try. I think it's working. My feet are off the ground. I just need to lose some more weight.
Oh my, Mr. Aslan, what are you doing? Is this water? There's so much. Why is it coming out of your ears?
I'll gulp down all that water just to make myself look stronger. It's like my brain has been bobbing up and down in my head this whole time. Look at me, I'm flying! The Aslan rises slowly up into the air with the balloon. He's screaming, but it is unclear if from panic or excitement. For just a moment, Dorothy gets a look at his back molars. They aren't sharp at all. In fact, they're round and cute. For some unknown reason, Dorothy sheds a tear. What do you know about Kirsten Wright's plans?
Nothing at all. You may not believe it, but it's the truth. I'm sorry to say I'm probably the most out of touch person in all of Rhine Lab.
Do you know where she might be right now?
I'm very sorry, but I really don't. All I know is that she's an idealist, and a very ambitious one. When she invited me to join Rhine, I saw the same kind of idealistic lightning bolt that I have in her.
Lightning bolt? An unusual figure appears in the skies above Tremounts. A pillar of light pierces the sky, and at the moment, the truth behind the azure blue pours out for only a moment. What is that? What's happening in the sky over 3 months? Is that Kirsten's ambitious target? Director Franks. Director? Are you crying?
So that's the truth behind the sky. It's beautiful. I'm sorry. I just can't hold back my tears. I expected nothing less from Kirsten. She really did it.
Director, you just said you didn't know what Kirsten's plans were.
This definitely looks like something she would do. And I'm feeling something genuine.
What are you talking about?
It's my transmitter. I can feel it through the transmitter. They're gone to the other side of the sky. The river of stars does not hide from its impulse to rush into my mind.
Transmitter, huh? That sounds like the product of the experiments at Site 359. I'm curious, since you're so closely linked with this creation, did exposure to it result in any negative effects?
Like a side effect?
You could put it that way.
I haven't experienced any particularly noticeable symptoms so far. If you really press me on it, I do seem to dream a lot more. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm awake or asleep. Or I suddenly feel...
Feel what? Director Franks? Director Franks?
Oh, sorry about that. The feeling just came by again. Like I'm in a hot, arid, deserted wasteland. Hot. So hot. Veggie, slow down a little. Dorothy, I've reached my stop. This place here is my home. Huh? Here? But it's so hot. Too hot for anything to ever grow. Where's the wheat field you talked about? The beautiful new brick house. And your friend who's been waiting for you in the fields. My friend isn't he right next to us? Here? Oh, are you talking about this raggedy scarecrow? Yeah. It's been so long. I didn't expect him to change this much. And my home too. It's much bigger. Veggie. Why don't you come with me? You can live with me. Dorothy, you've come such a long way with us. Golossi, Mr. Aslan and me, we all appreciate you keeping us company on our journey. But now is the time to say goodbye. But I'm just worried. It's alright, Dorothy. I've decided to stay here. Even if it has changed a lot, this place is still my home. My friend, he's been waiting here the whole time. I'll stay with him and rebuild our home together.
A breeze blows and the scarecrow sways with the wind. Dorothy bids farewell to her last remaining friend. The desert spans far and wide, but where lies the silver house from her memories? Kirsten has lost her goddamn mind. Just what kind of monster has she gathered? Just what kind of monsters has she gathered at the Rhine Lab?
Kirsten, is this what she wanted to find? The answer to the question of home? I'm going to have to congratulate Control the next time I see her. And Parvis, it looks like he's modified my creation. Now that's interesting. But transmitter is just a transmitter. So if it's not used to sustain life, then what does it do? Wait, I suddenly thought of a possibility. life can't survive outside star pods, but that might not be the case for a transmitter, so maybe they could take the place of humans in harsher environments, be it in the center of a catastrophe or... This is wonderful. Sir, please give me a little time. I need to imprint this scene in my head and note down everything I'm thinking right now. There is still so much more room for improvement in my experiments with endless possibilities for what the transmitter could become, the equality I want, the future I want, the home I long for.
What exactly is this home you're keeping bringing up? You don't mean it's in the sky? Home? What I call home, my futurescape. What does it look like?
This is... Is this my house? The silver house? Dorothy, over here. That's Mama's voice. Mama, where are you? I can't find you. Dorothy, over here. Dorothy, this shouldn't be your futurescape. Futurescape. Then where should it be?
Director Franks, I'd like you to stop talking to yourself and answer my question.
Alright, I was just recalling my inspiration there. The home I am talking about is not the one you're thinking of. What I seek is a more egalitarian, idealistic society, and it might just be right under our feet, or it could be much farther away, as far away as Kirsten is looking. Now that I'm thinking about it again, Kirsten, Parvis, Ferdinand and me, we Rhine Lab scientists all have our own separate goals. If I'm looking for what we have in common, I might say the brilliant lightning bolt I see blazing in all of us.
Dorothy notices the investigator hitting the pause button on the recorder. Director Franks, I think I need to remind you of something. Suppose you pursue your ideals in a manner similar to that of Kirsten, Ferdinand, or any of the others. What you just said might have unfortunate consequences for you. A wind blows from an unknown direction. The scent of the wilderness.
Otti.
How do you know my name?
Why not hear my story first? I once helped a pioneer by the name of Linda. She was forcibly separated from her family at a young age and abandoned in the wilderness due to her apathy. The time she spent with her family in the countryside was her most precious memory. When autumn came, that field of golden wheat with the scarecrow swaying amidst the crops, and the brother who always tagged along behind her, running endlessly through the wheat fields.
You know my sister? How is she now? How has her life been?
So it really is you. Linda showed me a photo of her family. The first time I saw you, I guessed that you were her brother. She got married and even invited me to her wedding. It was a simple event, out in the wastes, but she married a decent man. They even have a child now. He's adorable, pestering his mother every day to hear the story of the scarecrow. She always said that her brother was her pride and joy. She was sure that the remarkable and respectable Otti would take care of the family for her.
I'm sorry, I don't even know what to say. Should I be thanking you, Director Franks?
There's no need for that, Otti. I'm telling you this story not because I want something in return. I feel duty-bound to help the pioneers. Expect to keep pursuing my ideals in the same way I have. So my consciousness can be clear. Please, put everything I've said on the record. The only thing that should not be traded is the love and goodwill of man.
I understand, Director Franks. He switches the recorder on. The next day.
You're here. You knew I would be. You're an excellent partner. I knew you would come find me if you wanted even more responsibility. Looking closer, I think you've grown again. The transmitter was indeed utilized as you expected. I should thank you for that tip. I've agreed to cooperate with the government, so I came here to retrieve the transmitter. I see. Why don't we make a trade, my good doctor? What do you want? Where is Kirsten right now? And where is Ryan Lab headed? I don't know. At least that was the only answer I had for a long time for anything about Ryan Lab personal or any of the others. What are you planning to be asking such questions? I want to remain at Ryan Lab and continue my research. Of course, it would be nice to travel around to meet other like-minded individuals, so my search could benefit even more people. I think I remember you're working with a company called Rhode Island these days. I am. Do you think maybe Rhode Island would be willing to collaborate with me? Everyone deserves the truth of science, I know. Olivia, this is our common dream. With you helping to keep the results of my work in the right hands, I believe that our dream will eventually be realized.
Alright, and with that background knowledge, time to head for the finale. Transition. Alright then, and it is time to finish up our story with the final cutscene. SD-4, titled Door to the Future. The only certain thing is that we must keep moving forward. I heard the prisons in Max DC have regulations banning any sharp objects, including pens. You're breaking the rules. They don't allow sunglasses either, Blake. I told you not to bother me when we got thrown in here together. I have important work that needs doing. And you've had a stellar record the past few days. So I hope you can keep it up. Damn it, I used up all of the draft paper. Wait, I can still write on the back. Blake, help me out and ask the warden for some more. Columbian Academia will thank you for your contribution. What the hell are you doing? There's no way you think we'll get to live, Ferdinand. Colombian law has never been lenient, so can't you just quietly wait for the end to come? If you want to keep busy, why not think about your last meal? You wasted 2 minutes of my time, Blake. Which step was I at? Planning out the last meal. You think you're so funny, huh? You have no idea just how significant my work is. Over the next century, any researcher or arrogant trying to step into the field of high-energy physics in vain will have to engrave my theories into their mind. They will praise my name, regard me as a king, and as a prophet. Death? So what if I die? Just you wait, Kirsten, you think you're so amazing? It's Ferdinand Clooney who has brought the truth back down to the ground, you idiot! I'm glad to see you so hale and healthy, sir. Of course, it's all thanks to you. A few days ago I heard some terrible rumors about Tremounts, but that's all in the past. I'm grateful that our Columbia has so many outstanding law enforcement personnel just like you. I hear you're about to be promoted even. Being a state attorney will bring out the best in you. It's honestly nothing compared to your business. Rhinelab has expanded its technological investments and purchased more than a dozen labs in various fields. I used to not care about financial news at all. But now with a friend like you, Justin Jr., I have to do more than just stare at these cast iron railings in a daze like I did before. I'll give you some stock tips. I'm glad to see you taking fate into your own hands. But I did come here on proper business this time. Those two? I've already got the orders from above. Go ahead, Justin Jr. Just as before, it's nice to be working with you. Likewise. I have one more question. Which one did you want out? Just like before, madmen and freaks.
You're here, Nasty. An interim meeting notice sent out by the already dissolved Components Control Section. It's only been 2 weeks. And they're already reorganizing Rhinelab. It's not just Rhinelab, Walbert Kuczynski and Beach Brella too. The top tech companies in the city have all received notices and sent their representatives here. Who do you think organized this meeting? We'll know in just a moment. Don't lean your head towards me. I don't want my shoulders to get wet.
Nasty wrinkles her brow slightly, and that branch-like device around her waist suddenly extends. The moment it touches Mules's, the other party disappears from sight, as if a bubble has just popped.
Seems like you've recovered quickly enough to have the strength for this little trick of yours, Mules's. Dehydration isn't a serious thing to me, and it's not difficult to treat it either. I mean your mental state. I thought you would be at a complete collapse, hiding in a forest to cry. A friend talked me through it, told me every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. You're still as emotional as ever, needing others to soothe you. No, Nasty. I just calmed down and figured out something I had overlooked before. The person appearing here at your side right now is of course the director of the Rhinelab Ecological Section, the youngest and leading authority on ecology in Rhinelab. And that means? Kirsten passed on to me the biological data from the Galeria Stellarius Vivarium. None of the 753 plants survived, but before that, they managed to survive past the barrier and not die immediately after breaking through the star pod. It's a height that Terrence never imagined life could reach. What a gratifying experiment result. Nasty, I know what your dream is.
Nasty switches to Sarkaz.
The Sarkaz's promised land could also be in the sky. You must have collected the data encompassing the entire duration of the Galeria's launch into the skies, right? Well, I was standing close enough that day. The fireworks from the energy sputtering everywhere very much resembled the sparks generated from the gears of the future turning. So you're saying that's enough to propel yourself back into the research on many more platforms that will be bigger and more stable? Or does it mean you've already begun? That was the rudimentary prototype of a city. No one ever said that nomadic cities could only crawl onto the ground. And me, I can still fill the city up with life. So now our goals are aligned. To use your words, we're now going the same way. Let's go. The meeting's about to start.
Olivia silence. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Saria, authentication complete. Please proceed. Silence and Saria walk through the long corridor, one after another. Neither of them speaking a word, both of them enveloped in quietude. They stopped at the door of the conference room.
Saria, ask anything you have on your mind. Are you really ready? I thought you would have already thought this through while you were recovering. Science exists to transform society. This I don't doubt one bit. Likewise, I can also confirm the significance of Control's actions. There is no researcher that hasn't been stunned by the tear in the sky. But the real question we actually face is, what now? There's a rip in the sky, and the truth has emerged before everyone's eyes, and there is no reason to ignore its existence. But even if we all raise our heads, it doesn't mean the problems under our feet will simply disappear. In science, once the current understanding of something has been toppled, the pace of progress will not be suspended, but accelerated. Countless constructions have been declared failures, while new fantasies have emerged. But scientists will eagerly tear down every cloud in the sky, and the ordinary people busy living their lives will be soaked by the rain the entire time. This is how reality is, and we can only accept it. It is inevitable to make sacrifices in the pursuit of dreams. We've heard enough phrases like these. There is no reality impossible to change, and no sacrifice justifiable. If most people can only be compelled to choose between dreams or reality, then I must become the bridge between the two. Ethical reviews, capital supervision, project evaluation, I will tighten the reins of order. I will use methods all manner of scientists will think pedantic and cumbersome to restrict them all. I will become a monitor, a buffer zone, a railroad switch. In short, I'm well qualified to be a villain. I will see to it science becomes a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Silence. I don't know how exactly you managed to drum up support enough to change Tremont's scientific and technological communities, but you should know this. No matter how powerful the government is, or Mainlander, they chose you not for your virus and zeal. I know, but if our goals are aligned, I'm willing to accept it.
Silence grabs the door handle. She stops suddenly and turns to look at Saria. Her gaze burns, and for a moment Saria almost wants to run from it.
Surely you haven't forgotten, Saria. This is exactly what you wanted to do before. If you're hesitant, if you've given up, then I will do it.
Dozens of eyes focus on her. To be honest, such a feeling of being noticed by everyone is not so pleasant to experience. Silence takes a deep breath and responds to those expressions of surprise, astonishment, and ridicule one by one. After a long moment of time, she steps inside.
Hello everyone, my name is Olivia Science, sponsor of the Tremont's Ethics in Scientific Research Joint Declaration. I stand here today because... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Back then I merely provided Miss Penny with an audition opportunity in Rankwood. It truly is nothing compared to the help you've provided us this time. Yes, that girl is most probably just about to drown in the droll of various company representatives, I do hope she will be able to handle that situation after all. This will be the new normal for her in the future. Such worries are indeed superfluous. These youth are indeed not lacking in courage, and they always run so fast. All we can do is to accompany them on their journey. You're absolutely right. I've become an old lady who loves to worry. A golf game next month? Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to join you this time. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I no longer have a reason to remain with the Rhine Lab, and besides, I'm well past retirement age. This should be a long and extensive vacation.
I'm so sorry, Miss Jara, but I've gone the wrong way. I just asked the nearby residents, and if we change directions now, we might still be able to make it to the nearest nomadic city for a pit stop.
It's fine, just continue driving this way.
Huh? That would delay your itinerary.
I just flipped through the geographical magazine in this car, and if we continue this way for 10 more kilometers, there should be a winery up ahead. The magazine says the wines there have an exceptional texture. The winery insists on a limited supplies to only specific distributors, and for decades has refused to expand the scale of their vineyard. So I'm curious.
The people here have been so antsy lately over the Rhine Lab incident, so I thought you wanted to get out of 3 months ASAP.
No one would give a retiree a hard time. Besides, just look at the wonderful scenery we have here.
The wind blows from far away, and Jara adjusts her glasses, lifting her gaze to the sky. The clouds are moving quickly, and a single star faintly appears amidst the twilight. The sky appears as lofty as ever. After a long time, she gently waves her hand. The driver thinks she was calling him, and quickly opens the door for her.
Safe travels. Let's go.
A robotic voice. Galeria Stellaria service cabin shutting down. Galeria Stellaria observation bridge shutting down. Before I continue, I do want to point out that when she entered the vivarium just now, the look on her face changed. A slight bit of hesitation and probably regret. Do keep a lookout and rewind. Anyway, Galeria Stellaria Vivarium shutting down.
"5 days, 8 hours and 43 minutes, according to Terra's time. After breaking through the barrier, the Galeria is persisting beyond my expectations. Not long after, these cabins condensing the most advanced science and technology on Terra will be reduced to dust. The Galeria Stellaria was never equipped with the technology and conditions required for interstellar travel. I still remember Friston scoffing at Nasty's plans when she handed them over. And now I will lie down in the life support hibernation pod that Logan developed. We could never simulate the actual environment back on the ground, so I'm not exactly sure how long I can survive.
Galeria Stellaria Planetarium shutting down. The entire Galeria Stellaria has shut down. The life support hibernation pod will activate in 5 minutes. Please be seated at once.
The universe. The first time I learned of this concept from Friston,
I had no way of envisioning how encompassing, boundless, magnificent, beautiful, and touching it could be. It stretches past our horizons, exceeding what we have constructed with our own barren imaginations, beyond what words can describe. A pity I can only record my words as an audio file. From what I can see through this boundless curtain that has made it difficult to discern any colors, our Terra is surrounded by stardust, with no fulcrum of rope supporting it as it rotates on its own and by itself. The stars blend into one another, and my measurement of distance, and any measurement of distance, size, or shape is meaningless. This universe is so deep that it makes you speechless. It makes you feel a deep sense of awe. As I observe with just the naked eye, the stars look similar to Terra. These were once in our visions, mere decorations dotting the night sky, but they share the same existence as us. Perhaps life also exists on them, the same flames of love and hate, terrible disasters, grand plans and romance, as well as mundane struggles and persistence, going on stage over and over again. Their history written by the creation and destruction of their civilizations, with innumerable magnificent miracles, names that shine, and bloated titles added onto the footnotes, before they all return to dust. Do they know a universe exists? And are they our enemies, or neighbors we can get along with? If it's possible, perhaps everyone should try to understand us from this position, to understand the sky, the land, the sky, and see where we rely on to live. To understand where exactly we are in the history of humanity, and where exactly that entire history belongs in the universe. Only then will we be qualified to consider what direction to head in.
The life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Repeat, the life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately.
Pre-hibernation record. Vital signs are normal, emotions are relatively stable. It is truly gratifying to see that all the plants here are still alive. A pity that Muses has no way to obtain these data. Throughout Kirsten's entire life, there have only been 2 times where she truly felt alive. The first time, Saria, when I brought you back to my hometown, on that hillside where I told you about the beginning of everything. The second time is now, as I have just realized, mine and my parents' dream. Whatever happens next is merely the start of a continuation. On a clear night, find a spot with a wide and open view and set up a telescope. There will be a single star twinkling for you in the sky. Well then, good night, Terra. Good night, universe.
If in a century or a millennium our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing her praises.
Who are you?
A guardian lacking any purpose, watching over kin, brothers and compatriots who will never wake up.
What are these?
Life support devices, far beyond what your comprehension. They do not rely on the originium you are familiar with, but tens of thousands of years is enough to wear them down to nothing. And now they are merely coffins for the deceased, just like in the olden days.
Why do you seem so close to humanity?
In our darkest days, it was only human nature that let us avert a much more complete destruction. Though this means nothing but endless torment for me.
Is the sky false?
Not exactly. A barrier makes Terra incapable of charging towards the stars. Light has been distorted accordingly, preventing people from ever understanding the true implications of their world. Only the stars are beyond any doubt. They exist.
What does the universe look like?
An interesting question. When any creature capable of capturing light turns its head up to the sky, it will be subdued by an endless ocean of stars. Anonymous, magnificent, beautiful. But in my eyes, the void merely means ruin and a chilling desolation.
Are the stars just like Terra?
No, Terra is rather small compared to them. Even stars tens of millions of times larger than Terra, like star number 4, would completely disappear into the gigantic black hole of the Zobite Nebula. And the satellite arrays outside Talos can even manipulate the geographical properties of a planet like this.
Why do the Sancta have halos and wings?
An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It is dangerous to start a machine lacking any self-awareness in the name of a god to fulfill a mission it cannot even understand.
Have you ever seen a burden beast?
The creatures known to you as burden beasts have not changed too drastically in the course of evolution. Their tenacity is as durable as the planet itself. People should treat them with more humility and respect.
What is it like to travel by sea?
I can only tell you what a simulation feels like. Flying across the ocean of a planet is just like wrapping yourself in a blue silk scarf, and yet the bright blue is always fleeting. Kirsten, say your piece. After knowing all of this, do you still intend on gambling with your life to tear open the sky? Terra is ill-prepared, and your death will be without meaning or reason.
Allow me to ask you a final question to serve as my answer.
Ask your question.
Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel history. Suffering, war, catastrophes, and the arrogance that destroyed everything. Trends of thought and ideals, greatness granted by others and equality gifted from birth. The civilization born on this tiny patch of wilderness, and everything that we have ever loved without compare. What do they inevitably mean, and what is it that life ultimately seeks?
And with this, we will end the Lone Trail side story. I hope you all enjoyed. Now I wanted to voice my thoughts on the story here at the end. I'll keep it short. This was amazing. That's literally all I can say. This was absolutely amazing. From start and especially on the finish. Anyway, this was already a very long video, so while I was gonna voice my thoughts here at the end and stuff like that, I will cut it short here and call it here. All I can say is thank you all for watching and listening. There will be one more episode in this, which will cover the bonus material that we couldn't cover during this whole series so far. Yeah, please look forward to that. Outside of that, well, Like I said, I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please consider leaving a like on the video. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. There's a lot more on the channel like this. And if you want to support me even more directly, there are memberships. And like I always say, the memberships will never be like videos. Videos will never be behind a membership. It's just there to support the channel more directly. And yeah. While this will go through all the rendering and all the YouTube shenanigans of HDifying itself, I will probably take a very long nap during that process. This is a long video, this will take a couple of hours to go through all the things. But anyway, thank you for watching, thank you for listening. I hope you have a fantastic day wherever you are, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye bye.